welcome you all to the last keynote session of our international conference. This keynote session focuses on assessment and evaluation in ODL and technology-based education, highlighting emerging practices, digital tools, and quality concerns. It examines evolving approaches to online assessment, learner evaluation, and academic integrity in the context of expanding digital and open learning environments. This session is chaired by Professor Kumar Molugram, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University. He is also a senior professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of College of Engineering, Osmania University. He is a distinguished academician and widely respected for his visionary leadership and enduring contribution to the higher education. He has been actively involved in the institutional governance, capacity building, and academic reforms. He has delivered keynote addresses and academic lectures in several countries and has participated in leadership programs at premier institutions in India and abroad. His work reflects a strong commitment to academic excellence and innovation and quality in higher education. We warmly welcome you, sir, and thank you for chairing this session. This session is presided over by Professor C.R.K. Murthy, retired professor of distance education from IGNOU. He has over 40 years of rich experience in open, distance, online, and blended learning. He has previously served as Director, Staff Training and Research Institute of Distance Education, IGNOU, and also as a Director of Research Unit at IGNOU. He is currently serves as Senior Academic Consultant at School of Open Learning, University of Delhi, guiding faculty in instructional design, self-learning material, and student support. He has conducted over 300 national and international training programs, interacting with more than 25,000 educators, and has contributed extensively to academic governance and policy development in distance education. We are honored by his presence. Thank you, sir, for presiding over this session. May I now request Professor Payal Mago ma'am to come to the dais to felicitate our session chair. Thank you, ma'am. We now introduce our distinguished speaker for this keynote session. Our first speaker is Dr. Sanjay Mishra, former Director, Commonwealth of Learning. He is a globally respected leader in open, distance, and digital education with over 3 decades of experience. He has held key positions at IGNOU, UNESCO, and Commonwealth of Learning, contributing to global policy on open and technology-enabled learning. He has led major international initiatives, including editing the Handbook of Open University around the world, and was awarded 2025 Excellence in Open Education Award by Open Education Global. We are honored to have him today. Our next speaker is Dr. Priyanka Sharma, CEO, Acer India. She will be joining us in a while. She provides intellectual leadership in educational assessment, research, and monitoring program across South Asia. Previously, she served as a senior research advisor at the National Testing Agency and research head at CBSE, contributing significantly to evidence-based practices in large-scale assessments. Her work focus on strengthening learning outcome assessment system and research-informed decision-making in the Indian education context to the global practices. Our next speaker is Dr. G. Maithili. She is the Additional Director, Staff Training and Research Institute of Distance Education, IGNOU, New Delhi. She has extensive experience in faculty development program designing, MOOCs, and digital learning innovations. Dr. Maithili has served as Managing Director of the Indian Journal of Open Learning and as a channel coordinator for Swam Prabha Educational Television Channel. She has presented and published her work at national and international forums and has received prestigious national award for innovation and research excellence in distance education. We are honored to have you, ma'am. Thank you. With this, I now invite our session chair, Professor Kumar Molugram, to give his initial remarks.
Just your remarks and then we'll invite the speakers. Just 2-3 minutes we can take initially and then.
Okay, thank you. I think this is not it. I can sleep comfortably. Yeah. So, a very good morning to each and every one of you, and distinguished speakers on the dais and off the dais. Yeah. So first of all, I congratulate the organizers for inviting me to chair the session and deliver this keynote for this particular session. At the same time, I congratulate the organizers for conducting this 3 days international conference on emerging trends and challenges in open, distance, and digital and blended learning. So many things are covered in this one. So it shows very the keen objective in floating the international conference on this wonderful topic and to cover the present needs and future trends also. Really I appreciate. Just I want to share some of my experiences related to the quality education, and at the same time, the examination system and the recent technologies which are very much useful and simplifying the total examination system. And we can also establish a lot of transparency and the quality and quickly declaration of the results with the emerging technologies. Yeah, so Nelson Mandela statement, all of you know that the education is the most powerful weapon and which you can use to change this world. What I say is, I add a little to this particular statement. So I always suggest quality education. Quality education is the most powerful weapon in the present day. So education is a general term, but quality education definitely one should focus. So several things attached to this quality education, and we are talking on several platforms from the Government of India to the state governments of various states. Quality and skills both are very, very important for the the qualitative education, so that our students, once if they get the degree, they should able to excel in different fields, right? No need to go especially for the job, but they can excel in their interested and passionable fields. That is the intention of the quality education. So therefore now the education to quality education we have to focus, and the skill based education is most important. And end of their course, they are getting the white paper. That white paper should not become a simply the white paper, and it should exhibit the student should get lot of confidence when they get the degree with a lot of skills and quality. So that is the main intention of the education system. And Nelson Mandela at South African University also, he mentioned South African University, one quote is there: to degrade or to lower the quality of the progress of the country is depends upon the quality of the education, and at the same time to lower the quality or to lower the country progress, you no need of weapons and no need of some kind of the atom bombs. Only by decreasing the quality and fraud in the examination system, so obviously the country progress travels in the reverse direction. So this is very excellent kind of quote one should seriously think of, because we are all here to building the nation. So nation building is very important. For that, quality education and skill based education is very important. And in that the crucial thing is the examination system. So examination system plays a vital role and crucial role. And the mode, see now coming to the distance learning, this open distance learning and the closed learning, whatever regular. So regular learning and the distance learning. Earlier practices were different and today practices are different. Today the technology based everything and there is no much difference between the open learning and closed learning process. Because the content, the content available to the student is plenty today. The sources of learning, the sources of, the learning material available everywhere. See, if you look at the mobile revolution today, every the person is having mobiles, right? So our population around 145 crores, our mobile connection more than 200. And the best example of utility of the mobile is our UPI transactions. So our UPI transactions, almost more than 75% of the people they are using UPI transactions. In excellent, no other country is using. So such a tremendous progress is there for Indian context, irrespective of the education levels and literacy levels, everyone is using. So that is the the great credibility of our this mobile technology. And today the information whatever required, everything is available. Information availability, data availability is excellent. Only thing is the validation of the data is most important. So which one is valid, which one is genuine? This is a serious kind of problem facing by the whole world, not India. So therefore the genuine information, valid information ascertaining by the students and learners is very much essential. So now coming to the, of course we discussed about the quality. So the quality is the top priority, whether it is the open and distance learning and regular learning. So without learning quality learning very difficult. So obviously the learner in the especially distance education, the greater kind of learner autonomy is available that very high. You can learn anything, no need to simply look at the syllabus, and beyond syllabus also you can learn. So obviously that is the motto also, education motto. So because of constraints, semester constraints, 90 days working as per the UGC, as per our regulations, we try to frame the syllabus to complete within 90 days or within 6 months, 90 days, 90 working days or whatever. So obviously what happens, we need to compromise on quality or the quantity also. Sometimes we have to frame the syllabus to fit 90 days only, but it is very difficult to understand the subject within 90 days or stipulated period, but beyond that, but here in the distance mode that is possible. So you can easily explore whatever possible beyond the syllabus, and we should not restrict to the exactly examination point of view. Examination is some kind of assessment whether you are really following the syllabus or really progressing towards achieving the examination goals or pass percentage, etc. So this continuous evaluation system according to the guidelines really helping a lot to the students, whether it is open learning or the closed learning process. So the first assessment, second assessment in the continuous assessment, and finally the final assessment. So we are evaluating at different stages and we are keeping the student to learn continuously, right, entire semester. So that is a great kind of the system we are following in our education system, irrespective of the open learning and the regular learning. And obviously in the evaluation process we have to follow certain robust and transparent evaluation mechanisms. The student should get some kind of hope, some kind of confidence, everything is going in according to the process. So that kind of the confidence we have to give it to the students. So obviously the examination centric, we are moving towards examination centric to learning centric evaluation. This is very important. And here there is a paradigm shift from summative and end-term examinations to continuous and formative, and competency based assessment is very much required. See, assessment only to test the knowledge of the student whether it is really progressing or not, but it is not the 100% the test to evaluate the student whether really earning a good knowledge, good skill and quality education. It is very difficult, and sometimes we always the focus focus on marks, the grade points and marks and credits, all these things. See, in my view, the marks and the grade points are only, it's not a 100% evaluation, it is only just to on time being at that particular day, the student, whatever he prepares and whatever you put on paper, right? And that all depends upon several factors. It is not purely on his skills. So sometimes what happens, because of sleep, improper sleep, because of improper mood, because of so many other factors also comes into picture. But we cannot conclude that is only one kind of evaluation, but it is not the whole evaluation. But the original knowledge definitely is within the that particular person mind, and but within that what you call this, how he is earned lot of the knowledge and ecosystem developed inside. That is all depends. Whenever something is required, definitely all those things will come out. So in my view, the marks only some kind of measure, but it's not the ultimate measure. But beyond that, the student definitely will learn so many things and unable to produce on paper on that particular 3 hours time of examination. So no doubt the digital whatever the evaluation systems right now is available, up to certain level it is okay. So in my view, I visited some university in India, some Karnataka place. So they are declaring results within 24 hours after completion of the examination. So whether it is distance mode or whether it is a regular mode, I really surprised, because when I was controller of examinations at Usman City, we introduced the on-screen evaluation system very effectively for distance education as well as regular education. On-screen, we have 739 colleges at Usman City, 4.6 lakhs of students studying at Usman City in 180 programs. So different programs, right, including diplomas and other kinds of programs, PG and UG level programs. So every semester 30 lakhs answer booklets we evaluate. Every semester 30 lakhs answer booklets. So like that every year total 60 lakhs answer booklets we evaluate. So it's a very tedious and rigorous system, and declaration of results, especially for UG and PG, the students they wait for the admitting for next level the education post graduation, and at the same time they prefer to go the other countries for their education. So we declare the results within just 20 days because of this online on-screen evaluation system. 30 lakhs answer booklets we scan every semester. So when exam completes, immediately next day onwards it starts scanning process, right? And we'll keep in the the server that the cloud, we keep in the cloud, and from any place the faculty members who are designated for the evaluation of the scripts, they can evaluate irrespective of the place. So that is the beauty. And within 20 days we used to declare the results of the UG. And UG strength almost 1.6 to 7 lakh students every year, every semester they appear within 20 to 25 days. So PG double evaluation we normally conduct, and double evaluation the advantage is at same time any student answer booklet 2 persons they can evaluate. So that is the beauty of this double evaluation. Earlier used to take around 3 to 4 months for declaration of the results, but we used to declare within 1 month to PG examination. So the beauty in this one is, it automatically takes everything. For example, a question the maximum marks to be allotted, let us say 8 marks. So suppose the examiner, if he allots 10 marks by mistakenly, it won't take. But in the manual process, sometimes, until unless some rigorous kind of, the verification process is there, then only will be identified. Otherwise, no. So in this system, that is the beauty. And not only that, let us say the total number of questions to be attempted, maximum is 7. So suppose if the candidate, attempts more than 7 questions, if the evaluator also evaluates manually more than 7, so sometimes it is very difficult to count only maximum whatever the marks he obtained for 7, all 7 questions. Sometimes there is a possibility of taking some kind of mistake. But in this process, it takes only maximum the 7 questions which he got more marks, right? Suppose let us say 7, highest to 7 whatever available on the answer booklets only automatically takes, and automatically even count also take. And earlier, sometimes in the manual process, 4th question let us say not attempted by the candidate. But sometimes, the manual mistake, they allot some marks, 4th. But here, they cannot allot just like that. So such a great kind of advantages are there in this on-screen evaluation system, and very successfully since last 7 years, very successfully running this method as Usma City. You know, the Usma City is a very sensitive place, and 4.6 lakh students and 739 affiliated colleges. It's a huge system. So we have 108 years of legacy, and since last 7-8 years, without any problems, we are declaring the results on time. We are declaring almanac and everything according to the schedules we are running. And not only that, even in the engineering college, engineering college is the autonomous college. The subject registration also we are doing before commencement of the semester. So subject to registration, everything is online, we made automation. The attendance particulars, let us say after completion of the course, the student, we are giving option to the students to verify whether the registered subject, he really like studied or not. So examination fee and verification. So with his ID and password, he should enter to the website, and the subjects whatever registered will be displayed, and he should verify whether it is okay or not. Otherwise he can report to the ERP section. So like that. So after completion of this process, there is one small box, go to payment. So go to payment. So he will go to the payment and directly see, immediately ask the attendance. So 75% of the attendance and 65% of, normally 65% of the attendance is mandatory. So if it is 65, obviously that fine they have to pay 2,000 or 1,000, something like that. Condonation fee, automatically it reflects, otherwise regular fee. So regular fee, suppose candidate is having 75% attendance, so obviously the candidate should proceed for payment. And once completes the process of payment, immediately they have to go for the feedback system. We mapped with this all inbuilt software. So feedback they have to give about that particular program, and after declaration of this feedback system, submission of the feedback system, immediately the hall ticket will be generated. So online. So he no need to go to anywhere, and only he should carry that hall ticket and go to the examination. So such a system is working at Usman City in a excellent manner. And of course, the technology will definitely help in all these examination system. The role of technology in enhancing the fairness and scale. Obviously, we are all trying to minimize this process and maximize the efficiency and the transparency in the examination system. Definitely helps and builds the confidence of the students. And now recent developed technologies like digital platforms like AI enabled tools and analytics normally help the institutions in managing the large learner population, and while improving the fairness, speed and consistency in evaluation, especially critical for the institutions like IGNOU, the regional centers also available at various places, and other institutions. And coming to the inclusive and learner diversity in assessment design. Of course, the open distance learning process, the learners come from the diverse and socio-economic and professional backgrounds. This aspect also we have to take into consideration. The assessment frameworks must therefore be flexible. Flexible means not liberal. Flexible is different and liberal is different. So liberal means, instead of awarding 3 marks, if you award 8 marks, that is liberal. So flexible means you try to understand. Sometimes students unable to express because of they're coming from different diversities. The content, whether it is really reflecting or not. So we no need to think about whether sentence framed properly or other things framed properly like that. So whether content is reflecting and matching or not. Sometimes unable to reflect the content because of the language, because of other problems. So that is why that should be flexible and accessible and sensitive to varied learning context without diluting academic standards. So academic standards we have to safeguard, and at the same time the quality, and we try to understand the student, the diversity and his intentions. And of course we have to align with the national education policy and regulatory framework. and NEP 2020 and UGC regulations we have to follow. Noting that outcome based education today we are practicing or we are following in each and every institutions, whether it is open and distance learning or regular learning education, and we should also focus on credit mobility, credit transfer, that ABC policy everywhere now. The government in India, everyone is academic bank of credits, we are following that, and blended evaluation models also we can introduce wherever applicable, and the quality assurance in higher education is the top priority. With this, wherever possible, the technology, AI technology and other technology, the ultimate thing is like, some kind of flexibility and some kind of like, the quality assurance. These two are very, very important. So with this, I think speakers also, I have taken little more time because of I have a lot of experience in examination, and Usman City now the total like, the online, we have made everything online at Usman City. There is no manual and methods, and we are progressing in that way. And all our bank accounts, all our like, payments and receipts, everything, no cash, no DD, no check, no nothing, everything is online. So I think in India, the first public university who made everything is online. That is like, Usmania University. And I really like the technology, and all these emerging technologies we are planning to implement wherever really applicable. I am the first person to implement, and definitely I hope by 2047 we'll meet the concepts of Vikasit Bharat, and and at the same time $30 trillion economy also possible. Only thing is that we have to maintain the quality education and the skill based education, so that we can definitely build the like, this country with a lot of potential, because the young percentage availability, the youngsters like, the youth percentage availability is very high. That is less than 30%, almost 60% is there in our total population, and at the same time less than 25 years of age, 50% of the population is there. It's a great kind of potential to the country, and a lot of productivity will be there. In coming days, so many jobs will be there. Only thing is that we have to focus on quality education and skill based education, and definitely by 2047 Vikasit Bharat concept will be fulfilled 100%, and subject to the quality education. We have to focus on quality education and skill based education. This is my strong intention. Thank you very much for patiently listening.
Good, sir.
I now request Professor C.R.K. Murthy sir to conduct the session.
Thank you, Professor Kumar, for highlighting the crucial points which we are facing in the evaluation and examination system. This is a very important area. Ultimately, it's not only for the education system, even for each institution. I think institutions are seen and rated as what type of assessment system you are carrying. I think Professor Kumar touched a point. So I will declare the result in 24 hours. Any institution declaring the result in a 24 hours, I don't think it is simply impossible. So these are the various issues involved in the assessment and evaluation system. I think I will not speak any further and take that valuable time which we are supposed to give to the speakers who are waiting. And both third speaker, Dr. Sharma, will be joining us, and we have two keynote speakers, Dr. Sanjay Mishra and Dr. Maithili, who are veterans in the distance and online education assessment systems. I think my colleague Dr. Nupur will give exactly, maybe we'll spend up to 11 or 11:15. 11 or 11:15, Dr. Nupur, can we go up to 11? 11:15, okay. I think with expectation that Dr. Sharma also will come. So I will ask Dr. Sanjay to start his presentation. He will take around 15 to 17 minutes, and then we will go question answer session. We will keep it, the colleagues' questions, right? And after 3 presentations only, we will have the question answers. Thank you. Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you, Professor Murthy, esteemed chair of this session, Dr. Maithili, Professor Fail Mago, distinguished guest participants of this last day of the session and last technical keynote session of this excellent conference that is going on. Thank you, each one of you, for joining on today. The title of my presentation is From Grading Products to Valuing Process, the Radical Shift Needed for Distance and Online Learning. But I truly believe that this presentation will also be equally useful for any conventional teaching and learning, as assessment in the digital age, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence into all spheres of education, it's important to revisit and rethink our assessment system that we are following. So my presentation will be, in brief, covers 4 different components. Especially first, the context. What is the context? Why we are talking about rethinking assessment? Why is it important today to relook into what we have been doing? Overall gross enrollment ratio around the world in higher education system is increasing rapidly. Of course, online learning is adding to that, but over the last 10 years, the gross enrollment ratio in the education system has almost doubled. At the same time, the education that we are providing today is probably not that relevant anymore. One of the report few years back from World Economic Forum told that 65% of children entering primary school today will work in completely new jobs types that don't even exist. So how are we preparing our students today in higher education system for the future of the work they want to have? At the same time, we are also going through a skills crisis. And this is not just in India, it's globally. The skill crisis is creating loss of over $1 trillion every year. And digital connectivity is growing fast, and India is leading in that area. Nearly 70% of people now are connected around the world to the internet. And this is an opportunity for us to rethink the way we transact education, teaching and learning systems. Because of the pandemic, it's a negative connotation, but pandemic also helped us to see the growth of online learning and acceptance of online learning globally. And one of the things that I often talk about, that those who were objecting to online learning or distance education, they actually taught through online and distance learning in the 2 years of closure of institutions. All sects, all topics, all domains, irrespective of whatever. So there is a growing acceptance of distance and online learning today. So the acceptability of distance and online learning, the problems of skills crisis, particularly the employability of graduates, are issues that are forcing us. Of course, I will talk about artificial intelligence as growth of technology as another lever for us to rethink about the teaching and learning and assessment as such. Now, what assessment is the center of teaching and learning that we offer. So it's whether it is face-to-face education or distance and online learning, assessment is sacrosanct to all of us. That is where we award degrees, certificates, give jobs to people based on those things. So it's very important. What is the current practice that we use? Mostly proctoral based tests. Now, students come pen and paper test. In distance education, we also ask them to submit online assignments, submissions, computer marked assessment test, project reports, research reports, collaborative work, practicals on those kind of things. These are current practices. But this is something that I want to highlight. There is a signaling crisis in our education system. The degree that we provide today, that doesn't really reflect the capability of our student. What we only give is that this person is from IIM, IIT, or University of Delhi or JNU. That brand value signals the quality of the students and people get employed, not the capability of the person. So there is a signaling crisis in education system. That's why Professor Brian Kaplan talks about the case against education. Which school you go, what subject you study, how the academic record is presented matters a lot. And therefore, we need to rethink assessment. How do we represent education capabilities of the learner? We often talk about these two things, assessment of learning and assessment for learning. But we largely forget about assessment as learning, which is actually something that people in the distance education system have been talking about for long. The in-text questions in the learning materials, the self-assessment questions in the learning materials, the regular feedback that is given to the students through assignments are all form part of assessment as learning. And this is where the process is important. It's not just a product evaluation of students. At the end of the year, we're giving a tag, you got an A grade, B grade, C grade kind of things. But the process of evaluations comes when we are emphasizing on assessment as learning. And of course, this is the full mantra of assessment. The purpose of assessment is to improve, not to prove. But unfortunately, it's reverse. And that's how things goes on. And that's how the signaling theory, that the signal that our degrees gives, as Professor Kumar told, that it is a symbol of that day, that time, what the student has studied, what he got in the question paper. It's not the capability of the learner overall. And we need to rethink that. What is the purpose of assessment? Is to help the students to improve in the continuous path of growth. That's what key things for us. There are lots of issues in assessment. I'm not going to talk about that, of those things, but particularly in distance and online learning, student workload and teacher workloads are important. Technology plays a significant role in mitigating some of those things for teacher workload, but not student workload. It's very important to think about student workload, reliability, validity of the system, that how reliably we are testing the student. Okay? During the pandemic, we did several types of experiments, including open book examinations, and Delhi University was one of the big example. And there were several newspaper items about what happened in the process. There are institutions which used mobile learning and mobile technologies for attaching answer scripts, screenshots, and things. So reliability and validity are also important things. But most important issue is the providing feedback to the learner. If we talk of assessment as a process, then providing the feedback in the right way at the right time to the learner is most important to help the learner to grow during the process of learning and achieve the learning outcomes that is expected of them, of the learner. So alignment of signal is important to the performance. The degree that we are giving, the transcript that we are providing, is the transcript showing exactly what the student is able to do. Introduction to Physics 101 won't tell exactly what is the person is able to do. So it is important to align assessment in a realistic way, provides judgment and value of innovation that the student can do, okay? What the students can replicate or simulate or do, no? And those things are important for us as evaluator, as teachers, okay? There are different types of assessment. I don't want to go into this. We all know as teachers in the system that essay type questions, objective type questions, we can have take home assignments. Now, time set test, which checks us the speed of learning, particularly the entrance examinations they normally focus on speed. You can do online test, you can do online proctoral test, and laboratory skill-based test, range of tests. But I want to emphasize more on alternative assessment. When we go for authentic, realistic learning assessment of the students, whether it is in face-to-face and online distance learning mode, it's important to focus on different types of alternative assessments that we can do it. Particularly if you're online, participation in discussion forum, peer assessment, synchronous online seminars, online projects, sharing of e-portfolios, blogs, contributions, wiki collaborative work participation, use of videos and audio in making presentations, and of course you can also do online objective test type of questions. In offline mode, we often do the kind of things that I have shown here: project-based work, term papers writing, portfolios, evidence-based approach particularly. And most of the time, the new idea that is now coming in Indian context particularly, which is very often used in many other parts of the world, is recognition of prior learning. We can do all those kind of alternative assessment to look at these learners. But overall, it is very important for whether it is face-to-face, online, distance, rubrics-based assessment. We need to provide the learner the expectation to have a grade A. What is that expectations in the written format to provide? Now, then your assessment is valid and reliable. Today, most of the systems don't do this kind of things. The teacher does in the class, that's it. I give some examples to you here. You can see for long back in 2001, I was part of this project called PG Certificate in Resettlement and Rehabilitation Online. What we did, we used peer assessment in discussion forum. One of the first example in this context in India to use online learning in social science teaching and use alternative assessment, which is called peer assessment, where it's grading of discussion, online discussions. And reusable assignments. Reusable assignments become popular much later around the world, but here in India we had done reusable assignments in 2001, which reusable assignments means the best work of the students get recycled as learning materials next year. We also used as an example, this was use of Wiki as evidence-based learning. We created an online certificate program at Staff Training and Research Institute of Distance Education, where there was online teaching and learning, but the participants only got certificate when they really produced a complete self-learning material lesson. And these lessons are available online till now. The certificates are also available till now. Anybody can go and check the evidence of what they have done, what they have received. Postgraduate diploma in e-learning, it was my privilege to work with Dr. Maithili and Professor Panda on this project, which was completely OER based, and there we also used several innovative projects, including term paper as assessment, where students used to make presentation. Interestingly, this got an innovation award from the President of India at that time, which Dr. Maithili and Professor Panda was honored to receive this. So this is another innovation long back. At IGNOU, there is another interesting thing we did. We created in the distance education system, this was, of course, other units in IGNOU were also doing similar things, but we also introduced in education a portfolio-based assessment system for MA in education, which is doing and self-learning approach. And then, of course, this is one example again, I had the privilege of working with Dr. Maithili, who actually developed these things, a turnkey solution for assignment submission online way back in 2007. So there are a large number of technologies nowadays available to use online assessment and alternative assessment, and many of these are open source tools. Anybody can make use of this easily and offer alternative assessment, online assessment. What is important for us, all of us, to now think about beyond proctoral test? You know, we always think about, no, a student will cheat. Student will cheat if you create the questions in a way that is cheatable. Let's be very frank, okay? Adopt authentic learning assessment. Recognition of prior learning, particularly in distance and online learning systems, students come with experience. How do we provide recognition to those prior learning things? And last in these slides is very important, offering micro-credentials and credit stacking. Today this is possible in India. India is way ahead in credit stacking, because we have a DigiLocker system where we can actually stack everything. Let me touch briefly into the age of artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence is doing? If we adopt artificial intelligence, you can save up to 20 to 30% of your time. This is a report from McKinsey. Teachers are already saving 20 to 30% of time by using AI. But there are early problems with Gen AI or generative AI system, which I personally think will get reduced day by day. There are issues of hallucination, there are issues of copyright, plagiarism, those issues are there. But if we can manage the system, design the system well, which India is now number 3 in the world in the AI investment and technology developments, I'm sure we will be doing much better to reduce the early issues in Gen AI. There are several guidelines available, what to do and what not to do. But what is important is there is a need to adopt a policy framework for integrating AI in teaching and learning in higher education. In this thing, probably there is a call for UGC to bring out appropriate regulation, and each university to bring out their own statutes or ordinances for integrating AI in their respective academic councils. This is something that I worked with a colleague, Professor Muhammad Ali from Athabasca University, to develop a toolkit for how to develop institutional AI policy. There is a path of collective engagements to develop AI policy for teaching and learning in higher education institutions. This is available online at Commonwealth of Learning's OASIS repository. You are welcome to look at that. But what is important for us is to think that the AI systems that we are using is a black box. Okay? There is a need to develop a pedagogy of the black box. And that pedagogy of the black box will emerge through practice. We are all novices on the use of this technology. We are all experimenting with this. No one is an expert on this. Even the topmost professors don't know what goes inside the AI system. So we have to be very clear that the pedagogy of AI in an assessment, in use of AI in assessment, will emerge through practice. So what are those 2 or 3 things needed for us? Most important is to look at policies. Quickly, 2 minutes. Rethinking policies, nationally, institutionally, overall in the context of digital education. Continuously developing capacities of teachers and all stakeholders, those who are engaged in the process of teaching, learning, and assessment, irrespective of the modality of teaching and learning. investment in infrastructure. Institutions need to invest in infrastructure development, both for students and for the institutions. If you are not investing in open technologies, if you are not investing in open educational resources and development of open textbooks for our students, we are missing the boss. And last but not least, it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem which requires a integrated approach to policy, capacity, and technology. What I call a PCT model for integration of technology in AI, integration of technology in teaching and learning, irrespective of the modalities. Our objective is to prepare employable learners for the work environment of the future, which we don't know where it is going to take us. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. I think the evaluation assessment cannot be completed in one session. It is for higher education or any education system, very crucial components, and particularly in Indian higher education, if it is any component which is reviewed and to improve upon, to reform the system, is the education system by various committees and commissions. There are quite a few recommendations from various angles, but I think few recommendations were implemented, but there's a lot way to go. I think after listening to Professor Mishra, I said that before AI, we had a plenty of problems with the evaluation system. After AI, he said that the challenges are more. So that's where the challenge lies it. I think an excellent presentation with his international exposure and Indian context, he thoroughly understands it. He tried to link it both, and his own experiences at IGNOU he presented. So without losing further time, I invite Dr. Maithili, my second keynote speaker, to present her. Dr. Maithili.
Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, sir. Professor Payal Mahu, Director, COL, Delhi University, distinguished speakers, and dear participants and colleagues. Good morning, all of you. Today, my topic is on from learning outcome to evidence of learning, technology-enabled mapping, and AI support assessment. As we know that we are moving towards to set up the learning outcome in each and every course material. That's what, not only for the ODL we have already, we are using that. We are writing the content using, the first of all we used to write the learning outcome. And now this face-to-face institution also and online system also, we are moving towards the defining the learning outcome in our learning content. Based on that, we are moving towards to assess or measure the learning outcome using assessment part. But moving from learning outcome to evidence-based learning, this approach answers the three essential questions. That is, why should learner knows the able to what they have to able to understand? That is the first question. That's why we are defining the learning outcome. The second one is how the learner demonstrate it. Okay, for that we need a assessment and evidence. From that, how we can measure the assessment or achieve the assessment. For that we need a data. In that data we analyze, and then we used to get the feedback from that. That is the institutional goal, because we need to analyze the data. This one is very much lagging, because we are doing both for a learning outcome as well as the assessment and evidence, but the analytical part we are missing, or we are lagging that one. We have to concentrate on that particular part. So we already know that learning outcomes are specific and observable, and it is measuring through assessment, and align with the program as well as the institutional goal. For this, we have a technology that is called the technology platform. We are using learning management system, and also curriculum mapping tools are available. So technologies are available, but how to set up these, that we need a help from the teacher and experts. And why learning outcomes alone are not enough for to do this one? Because outcomes are defined but not systematically assessed, and assessment are conducted but not clearly aligned with that outcome. And data are collected, definitely we are collecting the data, but meaningfully analysis is not going to happen. That's why this outcome becomes aspiring statement, but rather the operational tools. So, how the technology helped us to making the learning visible. So that's what we are doing, different type of assessment part, as Dr. Mishra also mentioned in our particular program in PG Diploma in e-learning and all. We have used several different type of assessment called term paper assessment and e-portfolio, and also community of practice, peer assessment. These are experimented already, and we are incorporating till in the ODL system as well as the online mode also. So these all are interconnected, that is learning outcome, teaching learning activities, assessment tools, and the evidence-based and analytics. These are interconnected to make the learning visible. So there are, we can map with the component as well as the role in the mapping. Learning outcomes are defined, expected, the competencies, and learning activities. This enable the practices and engagement. Assessment tasks are mapping for the generating the evidence of learning. And the rubrics are standardized the evaluations, and analytical dashboards giving you the visualizing achievement of the performance. So we experimented in the analytical dashboard in our PG Diploma in e-learning in one of our program. In that we collected the predictive the analytics and also the descriptive analytics to know the learners how they are learning. So this has happened based on that platform which we used for our teaching learning, that is a Moodle, which provides the predictive analysis as well as the descriptive analysis, for which we have used these two analytics to know our students. So how many students are going through entire course, or otherwise how many are watching the video. If it is a 30-minute video, then student watch 15 minutes video, then they skip to the next video or next component for the teaching learning. So why they are skipping? Whether this it's too much of length, or they are not able to understand, or boring, or so how do we know about this? Whether the learning content are really useful for our student. So this analytics are help us to work on it, and that will help us to improve the study of our students. See, for example, if 50% of students is not at all login using their credential, and we know that whether they have a problem in accessing the platform, or otherwise whether in any other technological issue. Otherwise, if the student is already access or getting into the platform and not able to access any content, then there may be a problem. So these are some of the data we required. We can get it from the analytical dashboard. And assessment is a evidence of learning. So we know that we are doing this formative assessment, summative assessment for our student to assess this one. But how we are managing the evidence, whether the learners are exactly achieving their goals. So we have to do some different type of assessment tool, as Dr. Sanjay mentioned, that the authentic assessment. So where we can capture their evidence and keep it in our platform, which will be useful for their employer or otherwise for their further learning also. So this type of assessment like a e-portfolio and the case studies, and we can use it for the simulation for this computer science and engineering students are using many simulation for their coding purpose. So this type of assessment we can use it for gathering the for the transparent and the evidence-based evaluation. And as already I mentioned that assessment is no longer limited to examination. It become a continuous evidence-based learning. So first, as I mentioned, that formative and summative assessment, after that we are coming into the third component, that is a authentic assessment, which will be the case study, simulation, and the digital artifacts. So now we are collecting all the component, whatever they are using, like either from the starting from graphics, image, the digital document, everything is captured and put it in the portfolio, so that the process will be kept for that evidence, and we can match with each outcome to the assessment. One assessment can be for multiple outcomes, or otherwise one outcome can measured through multiple assessments. It's all depends on how we are mapping with the assessment as well as the goal. So there are assessment tools we can match with that one. First is rubric based assessment, and the quizzes and online assessment for the individual and also group assessment. All these assessments are already experimented, and this is going very well in ODL system as well as the online system, because why we have to see this is assessment creation is very easy, otherwise we can do it, but scalability is very important for the distance education as well as the online platform. So this type of assessments are already experimented, that rubric based assessment, and I think Professor Panda is agree with me that we have done for our own student the rubric based assessment. We have used the holistic rubric based assessment in the evaluation, where the student know that transparency, how the teacher is evaluating for the each and every points, how they are getting into that one. And here it is very much evident for each rubric is aligned with the specific outcomes. So each and every outcome is measured using this rubric based, which is very much important one. And also quiz and online testing. That after pandemic we are using very much quiz in the classroom. Also we are experimenting the quizzes for the on-spot assessing the learners. And also there's some scenario based questions. This also we have experimented. One of the program is fully scenario based course. This is OER based e-learning courses, which is I am very much privileged to work with Dr. Sanjay Mishra in the Commonwealth of Learning. This is scenario based questions also we have created for that. That will be helpful for matching with our course learning outcomes. And the assignment, we can provide them individual as well as the group assessment, which will be witness for the course and the program outcome to measure that one. And also the project based assessment and the practical based assignment, which can be useful for them, and e-portfolio. E-portfolio, as I mentioned, that still now we are using in our one of the courses in MA in distance education. Portfolio is there. The student has to, the course is, the program is on distance mode course, but for particular submission of the e-portfolio, they used to come for the online and they submit their e-portfolio for their assignment. So each and every student is different, and they used to upload their assignment is a different assignment. It's not a common for everyone. It's individually they can get the different assignments for that. And peer assessment, as already Dr. Mishra mentioned, that we have introduced that on the courses for the peer assessment. Yeah, we have to monitor. The teacher role is for the monitor because we are allowing the peer to discuss each and everyone. So for that, we monitor is very important. And self-assessment tool as a assessment as learning. So that is very important. Self-assessment and regulatory and reflection journals are there. Now the content is, we are developing, moving from the content, the static content to the dynamic interactive content. So there are many tools are available to develop the interactive content where the student studying the content, not only the reading material, while reading the content they will get the pop up the questions and all they have to answer, because recalling the back self-assessment. So they have to do the self-assessment, then they can move to the next assessment part in the content itself, as well as we are doing the interactive video content. We are providing now, producing the interactive video content where the video, the presenter presents, and then in between the question will be pop up and the learner can answer this question. So these are some of the assessment tool we can use it for the self-assessment, and also continuous assessment and learning analytical is very important for to know the entire program alignment with their levels. And quickly we can conclude that rubrics are helpful for the skill and competency mapping, and online quizzes are mapped with to measure the knowledge and application. Assignments helps us to measure the understanding and analysis. Projects helps to measure the problem solving and innovation. And practical exams help us for the hands-on skills. And e-portfolio is lifelong and holistic learning. Peer assessment is a collaborative activity, and self-assessment will be the reflection and autonomy. And continuous assessment is a learning progression, and analytical report provide us the outcome attainment. Coming to the AI tools for this mapping with assessment part. So AI enabled to map with the learning outcome. So these are the platform which will be helpful for us, like a Canvas, it's a open source software. Moodle also open source software. We can use this learning outcome easily mapping with this platform, and Blackboard Ultra is coming in with a AI driven insight. The student engagement is linked with the outcome. So this will be the useful for the tools for setting up the assessment and grading tools. GradeScope is there. I have worked with in this one of the institution in US. It's like a Purdue University, where their assessment are using in the GradeScope. The student will get clear, transparent rubric, and no one can question that why the teacher is giving 2 marks, 3 marks and all. It's entirely AI driven, their own institution. So we are talking about the AI tools, AI components or AI softwares which can be built in for their own institution. The AI will evolve for their own institution. So the assessment part or the content part will be kept in their own institution, so that the system will produce the assessment for their examination, assignments, and also the coding part, because I work with the computer science background. So the coding task with the rubric was very well designed in the GraphScope, and Turnitin also given to the student for their originalities checking and rubric based evaluation, and Coder is the automated assessment for that. And these EduFlow and feedback fruits are useful for the providing these rubric as well as the feedback system. These are the tools we can use it for measuring the performance level. And this is the learning analytical and dashboard. So we have happened with Professor Panda and myself, we have conducted one workshop on learning analytics where this Tableau is, we have experienced in this for learning analytic dashboard. That is very good tool for capturing the analytical part. And the competency based assessment, Mahara and LabStar and all we can use. Yeah, Mahara is the open source. Where we have, I think in our program, Dr. Mishra and myself, we have experienced the Mahara platform for the e-portfolio. Now this Mahara and the Moodle platform, they can interconnect with the plugin, and this will be the wonderful platform. We can use it for capturing the evidence-based evaluation using this software. What will be the teacher role in using AI tools for learning outcome and assessment? Because whenever we used to say AI is there, then what will be our role? Well, if we have installed we have very much used AI in our teaching learning. Yeah, so suppose when we are designing the learning outcome and assessment, AI supports, but teacher decide what matter, how the learning should be demonstrated. So that AI cannot predict that one, how what we have to measure and demonstrate. Definitely for curator and aligner of the AI tool, the teacher role is very important, because that technology cannot prevent that. But it will be the tool driven only, but learning driven is not, will be the manual interaction should be there as a teacher, we have to use it. And also in the human, this is the last one, sir. So this AI provides the recommendation to the teacher for, teacher provides the judgmentation, okay. And also interpreter for the learning analytic with teacher interpretation, analysis remains numbers with in the system, technology provides the number, insight analysis will be done by the expert only. So definitely the feedback also, it's not, this tools will be ensured that feedback is developmental, not a mechanical. And also this will be, teacher will be safeguard for the ethical and the responsibility use of the AI. So technology provides the tools, data, speed, scalable and all these things, but teacher can provide the purpose, judgment, ethics and meaning. And the future of assessment is not a AI driven, it is a teacher guided AI support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maithili. Excellent presentation. I think during her presentation, she said that she is a computer scientist. Yes, she did her MTech in computer science and turned into the distance education. And she is a qualified distance educator. She did her MA in distance education and PhD in distance education. That is her strength. She knows both the intricacies of distance and online learning and the technology, what extent one can use it. That is her strength. And at the moment, she is a leading trainer in the country in high demand. She says quite a few things no because she cannot accommodate. So that's in brief about Dr. Maithili. Very, very excellent presentation, right, Maithili? We are very happy to have you with us. Friends, we have one more keynote speaker. Dr. Priyanka Sharma is the CEO of Australian Council of Educational Research. In fact, she took some time to reaching this venue, but certainly, no, it's okay. I think I request her to take 15 minutes for her presentation. Then we will have a brief question answer session depending on the time, because we have the scheduled sessions ahead. Please, Dr. Sharma.
Good morning, everyone. Very good morning. I'm so sorry for getting late due to various reasons that I will not explain because I have been given 15 minutes. So I will try to do justice with that 15 minutes. Honorable Session Chair, President for the session, Director and faculty members of School of Open Learning, all present here, and distinguished participants and everyone present in this room. As my colleagues, fellow speakers from academia, they have talked a lot about methodology, tools, techniques of assessment, and that too in particular context of ODL. So today I will not go there. Rather, as I have got this forum, I want to highlight a bigger picture. Bigger, or we can say that that is very foundational. And sometimes many people question that if you say that it is foundational, what does it mean? And I simply have a one-word answer to that. Foundational is foundational. We don't need to define that. And that is the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion practices in assessments. Because assessments, examination, evaluation, I will not go there how technically they are different or same. They have a notorious image of dividing us. By design, they create that difference. So how can we use that as a tool to bridge that difference? And it's not a one-step process. It's not about declaring result on different criteria. That is not there. That I'm going to discuss in next 15 minutes. So this is the beginning, if I have to say. It is very dangerous. It is dangerous, really dangerous. The way we use scores and marks to give a judgment to person level of knowledge. And there are many layers hidden within that. Those scores are not simply one aspect, a number. Those scores are outcome of multiple stages that has already gone before. And why it is dangerous? Because we relate those marks with some privilege, some underprivileged. Might be, for example, I have got privilege to study in quality institution. My marks might be representative of that, as compared to few of my friends and colleagues who had not privilege to get into those kind of educations. It might be of many other factors, I will come there. Many measures and constructs, whether we talk about high stake examinations, because I have got an opportunity to serve this country through various high stake organizations like CBSE and National Testing Agency. So many of these, my findings, although I had conducted a deep research following a stringent methodology, but that is also coming from my own experience, that how by practice our assessment examinations, they go against principle of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So whatever we measure, many a time they are culturally biased, they are socially biased, they are from economic point of view, they are biased. Maybe from gender point of view, biologically they are biased. There are many factors. And how does it matter? I will reveal more as we proceed. If we are talking simply about people present in a room or under ODL system, and whether they are under a routine physical brick and mortar classroom. So how assessment should be governed? I think everyone can't see it, so I would like to focus on only one of the graph, which is on top right hand corner. And it shows performance of same set of students. If here I can see that there are, let us say that 70-80 audience, that is a rough estimate. Out of that, if there is one question, let us say, given, assuming that all of us are at same level of knowledge and competencies. Only what was the difference? Medium. Same question, that is translated. And you can see that right hand side upper curve, that for two mediums, the question, same question, how differently it has performed. So that is biased for a particular language, medium of instruction, isn't it? And that is by design. That was not the intent. That was unintentional. This is another example. In this room, again, if let us assume for a moment that all of us are master's students, and ODL system and let us say College of Open Learning, irrespective of any university, anywhere, it may be School of Open Learning, NIOS, we are creating a question paper. What we assume? Average? We create that for average student. But this is multiple year, 40 years of data. After comparing, it shows that in every level, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, ability was at all the band. Even in year 6, people are at level of year 1, and in year 1, people are at level 4. But we never consider that when we are creating assessment. Sometimes we confuse DEI with fairness. Is DEI fairness? When we talk about, I will decode these 3 words. When we talk about diversity, it is about accepting that people are diverse. So that is very first step. And that when goes into the entire process, that acceptance, things change. Then we come to equity, that how can we address that? And when we say inclusive, it's about social justice. That is question providing that platform to each and every test taker, each and every, I am saying, every test taker, to engage with equal degree of freedom, with equal level of knowledge. If we are at the same level of knowledge, can we engage? So when we talk about social justice and DEI in assessment, it's not simply about being fair. It's about being extra sensitive at every stage, beginning from when a committee is created to design a test blueprint. From there to how we report scores or marks or finding. Recently, it was last month from one of the African countries, I think Tanzania or Rwanda, where I was reading their national assessment reports, and it's written there that boys are falling behind. Are they at fault? If we say this statement, they are falling behind, it can be said in different manner. This statement gives ownership to boys that due to by choice, they have chosen to fall behind. So we have to be sensitive, and once we say that social justice and DEI in assessment, it's about being sensitive to such issues. They have not chosen to fall behind. So it needs to be reported differently. So we have done a small study considering these 3 big questions that do assessments adhere to DEI principles during assessment development phases, how different countries operationalize this principle into assessment practices, how do exclusion indicators related to factors such as location, disability, socioeconomic status, they manifest in assessments. And when we say high stake assessments, usually they are either entrance exams or they are related with certification, the exams which decide pass or fail. We are not talking about routine like Dr. Mathli right now, she was focusing a lot on formative assessment which we use during our learning process. It's about giving certification or making high impact on our career or life. Of course, methodology, I will not go into detail. As I said in the beginning, although we interviewed people from different countries, those who were involved in different test-making process and reporting, but it was also coming more from my personal experience. Findings were that there is very little evidence of test design and development, that practices are, I will say that, in sync with DEI, because when we create that committee, like you know that SME groups are created to develop question papers. So if we are talking about this particular, let us say that this faculty, this School of Learning, so do we include people from different group, I will say, the diverse group? Do we consider that? At the same time, when it goes to administering and scoring, as Dr. Mathli said that rubrics have to be so particular that it doesn't allow to divert from equity principles, that irrespective of what is there. Third, equal opportunity to learn. as I said in the beginning, maybe I have been privileged enough to study in good schools. So that is a so simple example. I will take help of certain examples here. In my life, I have come through many such questions. And one of the question was that, I think it was some years back, it was in UGC NET entrance, that a statement was given, I have stopped beating my wife. This is example of what? This is a classical example. I had a discussion with rather faculty members that why did you choose? He showed me some classical book, and that is classical literature, which most of the people read. So there was nothing wrong in that because it was from a published, well-accepted book. But if we are talking about this, so let us say that among test taker, there are few people, there are few female members who go through that abuse. As soon they come across that question, it will shut. And we will never be able to measure later on whatever questions they are going there. So it's not just about the statement, it's about its long-term impact on engaging with the entire question paper. And there we become exclusive. In one of the questions, it was that even it was not the nature of that subject. Many a times we use in our scenario certain cases of abuse, certain cases of oppression, suppression, all that. Can't we use that differently? Those questions can be used differently if it is not demand of the subject. Because the people who are the test takers, they put themselves in that scenario. And then that impacts their entire performance in that assessment. Test taking experience becomes unpleasant, and it's not equally pleasant for them who have not gone through those situations. So we are creating that situation there that we are dividing. Reporting, I already gave one example earlier. Differential item function analysis, I gave one example that due to medium of instructions, how questions have behaved differently. So it's about, when we talk about DEI, it's not about one step. We need to include them at every stage. Test design development, administration, scoring, and then we say that different stages. So these are bases that I can't quote entire study here. There were certain recommendations made to different countries and different group of people who create those type of assessments. That addressing DEI, it must involve recognizing biases. What may be potential source of bias at every stage? That we need to identify. And accordingly, then we can manage them. Interpretation of assessment data. It should avoid giving judgment. And many times we give very strong judgment. I think now I will come directly to conclusion because I have taken 15 minutes. So if I have to conclude, I will say that we can create a justice-oriented assessment system culture in which the socio-cultural identities of students, participants, test takers, they are deliberately considered. Once we say DEI, it's about being considered deliberately, not that simply being fair at each and every stage, and valued not just as an afterthought. At present, it's afterthought, but rather in the planning and development phases of assessment. Thank you so much, and I hope you like the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you. I think Dr. Verma's experience in research of the assessment and evaluation, working with big agencies like CBSC and NTA is reflected in the thing. Thank you very much. Friends, we have come to the end of the 3 presentations. Maybe we will take 1 or 2 questions brief and to addressing any 3 of the speakers before we disperse. Sir, आप नहीं आप नहीं पूछेंगे सर प्लीज
Okay, so on feedback and Wasback effect. So in assessment, most of the time what happens, I will again take one example. So many of you present here would have heard about one assessment PISA, Program of International Student Assessment, that is conducted globally by OECD for a child who is in the age of 15 years. So whatever they have learned in the school, how they apply in real life. Once we had participated, but we didn't do well, rather we were second globally, and so we chose not to participate on that. So that is different story. But when it comes to Wasback effect, what happens that it's not about ranking. After that, lots of information comes, and so we are conducting PISA with OECD for more than 20 years. And we have conducted in 2025, but I will say that 2022 studies, still they are being churned out, and one of the report had come last month of 2022. So it's not just about result and rank. Every assessment provides lots of information after that. So that those learnings, how they go back to the system, that's what is called Wasback effect in educational system. And I had tried to encourage such practices earlier wherever I was working, that after every assessment we used to conduct, after item analysis, assessment analysis, we used to give some feedback to that group of faculty members who were involved previous year. So purpose was not to reflect because result has been declared, rather to give that information back to the system, that these are certain areas which are
Dr.
working,
Sharma,
there
thank
we
you.
need to
Thank you, Dr.
focus.
Sharma.
Thank
Yes,
you.
one. Brief. P-value assessment, did you mention that?
Ma'am, actually, I am asking for the P-value assessment. I have heard about from my colleague. Her daughter is pursuing UG degree in National University of Singapore, NAS.
Okay. Any,
What is that?
any of the speakers you want to just, yeah.
जमीनी को पूछ लो ना.
हाँ, उन्हीं से पूछ लीजिए.
No, actually,
Yeah.
I just.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes. And last question.
I would like to tell her, respond.
हम तो सिंगापुर में गए ही नहीं.
Dr. Sharma, 1 minute, yeah, after, yeah.
Ma'am, we can discuss during break.
Yeah, tea break, yes.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just have
No,
a
brief,
small
brief,
question.
yes.
Yeah. Actually, I just want to know, we are talking of engaging the learners. There are times, like I work for ICSI, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and we have pan-India level programs conducted in online mode. So we have almost about 3 lakh to 4 lakh students who are joining in online mode. So many a time there are technical difficulties, that is one, that they are saying that we are not able to join. Second point is a psychological aspect also. Many a times we give group work to them, but they come up saying that one person has not participated, we could not get in touch with the person.
Yeah,
So these type of issues, how do we, address them?
These are the challenges. Use any assessment method. I think there is no ready-made formula for that, ma'am. I
Or
think.
there is certain softwares or certain, is that valuable, like which can be used to
Maybe we need a separate session. I think maybe you interact with my experts. Next, yes, Doctor. A brief.
Study a system in detail.
Pardon?
So can one visit and see a study a system in detail? It's a green system that you mentioned about assessment. Can one visit and study a system?
Yeah, please. You can.
Yeah.
Anyone can visit
that is
Smart
the-
City. Always welcome. We are ready to extend our full cooperation, in implementation of any online this thing, right?
Vice
Thank you.
Chancellor is giving assurance.
Yes.
Harshji, go and visit that and
Yeah,
study.
please,
Yeah,
please
last
welcome.
question here.
Sir, one more from my side.
One second. Here, and after that, last. Yeah. Balancing the gender so that I am looking at the booth. Yes.
So my question is for Professor Sanjay Mishra. Sir, I wanted to mention that my master's was in development studies from Ambedkar University, Delhi, and we had a lot of term papers for every credit course. As you mentioned, congratulations on innovating that. However, I felt that the real impact of the learning happened in retrospect. It was only a year or so after having completed my master's that the weight of what was taught to me really sunk in, and I was able to apply it. So therefore, can assessment systems sort of counter this time lag and make it more real-time learning and application in some way?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Sanjay.
This is really good. You reflected. The I think congratulations to your teacher, okay? Because the person who designed the work is the architect. You are the implementer, okay? So the time lag happened because of the individual difference of the student, okay? One of the workshop we were doing in the first day, Professor Panda emphasized about reflection on learning and reflection in learning. The term paper process is designed in order to help you to do that reflection process, okay? But in a sample group of 100 students, if they are doing, of course, nowadays with the artificial intelligence, Gen AI, term paper is a difficult work to implement, but ideally speaking, without use of that, the whole idea is to allow that ability of self-reflection, data analysis, thinking, critical thinking on the part of the student. Because we have individual differences, some person will get through the process during that, some person might get little later. But ideally, if you are doing in a master's program or 2-year program, and if the term papers are in the first year, by the end of the total learning outcomes, it's useful, more so. And therefore, you will see project works are kept in the 4th semester kind of things. And before that, there will be a time lag for some students. It is usual, but term papers are normally for 6 months of time. You get about 4 to 6 months to write a term paper. If it is only a term paper based assessment, that is the flexibility, and you are on spot about the reflection, but it is the design in that. And student differences relate to that. Somebody will get the light bulb earlier, somebody will get later.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Last question.
Yeah.
No, 1 second. Yeah.
Ma'am, my question is for Priyanka, ma'am, because you are associated with the NTA. It is with regard to UGC NET, ma'am. Most of the aspirants, after making a rigorous preparation, when they go to fill that form, they will realize that their so-called university or institution is not recognized, or the program of the university is not recognized. So is it not going against principle of equity, inclusiveness, and recognition of prior learning, ma'am? How you will address that?
Okay, Neelamji. Thank you for question. Yeah, ma'am, brief.
Sir, first I would like to acknowledge that I was with NTA till 2020. Now I am not there, but I understand that these practices are not in sync with that, and that's why we give our recommendation to different bodies as independent expert. Thank you so much.
Yeah, last one, brief.
Only one observation what Madam said, that she gave a reflective thought on the curriculum when she exited.
That you can have a word with her in the tea session. Yeah.
Multiple entry, multiple exit is useful of NEP here in this context. That is what I feel.
Thank you, Professor Patel. Thank you very much. Friends, I think it is as I said that this is a continuous important component which can be discussed endlessly, debated, and experts keep on rolling out many things. But the crux of the thing is, you as a teacher will decide what content you have delivered, what assessment tool you have to. That's what I think Dr. Maithili, Dr. Mishra also presented, that teacher is ultimately, I'm happy the technology experts are telling teacher is the crucial, which I always propagate in my sessions. I think teacher cannot be replaced in any component of that. Thank you for that, reiterating to me in a big session like this. I think ultimately asking the right question that Sanjay highlighted. Right question, what is the right question? That itself reflects what assessment method you are going to follow that. If you ask a simply descriptive question, what are the definitions? You have given 3 definitions, student will reproduce the 3 definitions. It's not a question to be taken. If I ask the question that I have given a 5 definition, analyze those 5 definitions and come out the similarity, the student has to apply a little more brain. I think it depends on ultimately the teacher, what extent you put. I think we are running out of the time. Let me, before my colleague Dr. Anjali will propose a formal vote of thanks and wind up the session. Excellent presentations by all the keynote speakers. Of course, Chair has given his length of experience, sir. We are really thankful for that one. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Anjali.
Yeah, so
1 minute, shall I add 1 minute?
Yeah, please.
So I really appreciate all the distinguished speakers for their excellent presentation. It's a different combination, so starting from Maithili to this Dr. Priyanka Sharma, and at the same time Professor Sanjay Mishra, and excellent, like, you know, the what you call this comments from the Professor C.S.R.K. Murthy on each presentations. Really, I appreciate the attention of all the, like, you know, the delegates, participants for showing your keen interest in listening and interacting with the, you know, excellent session. I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. Before we conclude this session, may I request Professor Payal Mago ma'am to felicitate Dr. Priyanka Sharma.
So we waited for you, so we kept it at the end. Please. Is it okay? Yeah. So ma'am is here, so take a snap of the key. Yes, ma'am, please, please. Yeah, that's Sanjay. Sanjay, sir, please. Thank you. Thank you. I will just ask before, yeah. Yeah, yeah. There are two colleagues who have come, one from the USA, Professor Radhika. I don't know whether I saw her on the first day. Another colleague from Indonesia, Pramod. If both are there, we could not spot the big gathering on the first day. So we want to, Professor Payal ma'am want to meet them. If any colleague sees both of them, please let us know it. Thank you very much, Dr. Anjali.
As we conclude this session, we are grateful to our session chair, presiding officer, and distinguished speakers for their valuable insights and enriching contribution, which has greatly enhanced the academic value of this session. We also thank all the participants for their active presence and engagement. Thank you all. I request all the delegates to please move to the ground floor for the high tea.
Thank you, Doctor.
Big round of applause to her.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, they will take you, sir. Don't worry. You give it to them, they will take it. और उसमें रखने देना बाहर दे देंगे प्लीज सर का
2 जने बैठेंगे बस। शाम तक? शाम को भी 2 जने ही है बस, और कोई नहीं है एक्स्ट्रा।
शाम को भी 2 है, हटा दो तो एक्स्ट्रा वाला,
हाँ एक्स्ट्रा वाला हटा दो।
है ना?
हाँ हाँ।
1-2 एक्स्ट्रा लगे रहेंगे तो बाकी हटा देता हूँ। अभी हम खत्म हुआ, खत्म हो गया जब पहुँचा वहाँ। ओके आ गई है मैडम, बट कुछ नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है।
अपने पास आगे जो है फर्स्ट आगे चेन्नई का चाय श्वेता जी की आगे और ये
अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात है कि बता गाइड कर
ठीक है। स्वाति वर्मा की आ गई है, आयुष की आ गई है, आयुष प्याज प्रणव की गीता की आ गई है, मोनिका कुमारी और नवीना इनकी हो चुकी है, इनकी करनी नहीं है। स्नेहा रॉड्री आइए हमारे नंबर पे ना, पिंकी कुमारी और राजदीप की आ रही है।
हाँ नहीं रखूँगा, सो जाएगा, हम चलेंगे घर और मैं आपको चले जाऊँगा। उन्हें बताया आप आओ हमारा नहीं होता हमारे
Thank you. Okay, you will take ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Here, Dr. Geeta Rao, principal. Yeah, please take the spellings and your spellings of your people. Can they be made quickly on the certain Yeah. Yeah, that's open. Please have a seat. We have time. She was Dr. Mittal and Dr. Sign. Let me just quickly correct your. मिस श्वेता, यस मैम। आप लोग प्लीज थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए, उधर ही बैठ जाइए, अपनी चाइल्ड सीट पे बैठिए, पर आगे आ जाइए। This way.
थैंक यू। प्रेजेंटर्स इधर होंगे? अच्छा हाँ वहाँ हमें वहाँ
हाँ जी सर, अभी मैं बता दूँ।
आइए प्लीज।
अच्छा हम तो सेम सेशन में हैं।
हाँ जी
हम दोनों सेम सेशन में हैं।
आपका ही वेट कर रहे थे।
अच्छा और मैं नीचे बातें कर रही हूँ लोगों से, क्या क्या करना है। हाँ जी गुड मॉर्निंग।
मैम ये एक इवैल्यूएशन करना है, आप और सर को ये दोनों को मिलके एक ही है
हाँ 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 हाँ
ये फिल करना है।
क्या इवैल्यूएशन करना है। ये जो ये दिए हैं
हाँ
आपने?
जी, ये
ओके
दिए हुए हैं। जिनका ऑलरेडी फुल पेपर है ना, उनको हमने 50-50 दे रखे हैं एडिशनल मार्क्स, वो पहले से ही है।
ये तो 0-0 दिया है आपने।
जिन्होंने पेपर फुल प्रेजेंट किया
अच्छा
उनको 50
ओके
मिला हुआ है।
ओके।
और जिन्होंने फुल प्रेजेंट का मतलब क्या
मतलब फुल पेपर सबमिट किया है।
सबमिट
सब
इन्होंने नहीं किया बाकी।
इन्होंने फुल पेपर नहीं सबमिट किया था, तो इसलिए 0 हुआ।
ओके ओके
और टोटल पेपर हमारे पास है
12 मैं गिनाई हूँ
12, ठीक है।
तो सर उसमें से ऑलमोस्ट 9 आर
हाँ।
प्रेजेंट,
हाँ।
अगर बाद में कोई 1 और 2 ऐड हो
हाँ
जाता है
ठीक
तो
है।
हम देख लेंगे।
अच्छा दूसरा पॉइंट, कितनी देर देनी है? 10 मिनट?
5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes.
हाँ बस ठीक है, 5 to 6
So
मिनट।
5 मिनट में कुछ नहीं होता।
अच्छा
आप
बहुत
बता
दर्द आता है जब पेपर आप प्रेजेंट करने जाओ, जब तक आपने रिसर्च कंक्लूजन तक पहुंचो तो टाइम हो जाती है, कम से कम 8 से 10 मिनट का
8
range
से
तो
10 मिनट दे दीजिए।
8 मिनट रखो, फिर उसके बाद 8 पे, अब 7 पे कह दो कि आपका
मैं
टाइम
बोल
ओवर हो
दूँगी।
गया, लास्ट 1
हाँ जी,
मिनट।
हाँ जी।
फिर वो कंक्लूड करते हुए 2 मिनट ले लेता है, 3
आई एम
मिनट।
डॉक्टर रूही,
अच्छा।
SOL फैकल्टी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स।
ठीक है रूही, फाइन।
ठीक है।
सो 7 मिनट रखिए, 7 to 8 मिनट पे आप उसे कहिए लास्ट 1 मिनट,
हाँ
प्लीज़
जी, ठीक है,
कंक्लूड।
ठीक है। अच्छा मैं एक बात पूछ रही थी, आप लोग कुछ बोलेंगे वहाँ पे आकर? बीच में मैं आपको
नहीं, क्यों? आप
नहीं, ज़रूरत नहीं।
नहीं, बिल्कुल कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है,
नहीं
हमें कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है।
स्टार्टिंग के लिए बस मैं आपको
वो जो
facilitate
speaker
करवा
sessions
के
होते हैं ना,
फिर
उसमें
मैं
ज़रूरत
start
होती
कर
है,
देती हूँ।
हाँ,
फिर
हाँ।
सीधा आई शैल स्टार्ट विद पावरपॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन।
बिल्कुल।
आप यहीं से एड्रेस कर
हाँ,
दीजिएगा।
हाँ।
रूल्स आप बता दीजिए कि 6 to 7 मिनट्स है
हाँ
और दैट्स इट। 7 मिनट्स में मैं टाइम पर बचा दूँगी।
हाँ, और कुछ?
हाँ।
हाँ प्लीज़ शुरू करवाइए।
मैं-
और कोई क्वेश्चन? और कोई क्वेश्चन? ये साथ के साथ ही इवैल्यूएट कर लीजिएगा, भरते रहिएगा आप, ठीक है ना?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed researchers, and fellow academicians. A warm welcome to all of you at this prestigious conference, International Conference on Emerging Trends and Challenges in Open, Distance, Digital, and Blended Learning, where innovation meets rigorous inquiry. I am Dr. Ruhi Mittal, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics at School of Open Learning, and it is my absolute pleasure to be anchor at today's technical session. First of all, I would like to welcome our session chair of this session, Professor Gunmala Suri. Madam is currently professor at Punjab University, Chandigarh. Her contributions to education and industry have earned global recognition through numerous research papers and publications in leading journals and international journals, as well as her presentations at various prestigious conferences. She actively guides PhD scholars, postdoctoral fellows on their research journey. In her professional capacity, she has served as a management trainer and consultant for various leading corporates. Please give a hearty round of applause to Madam, to welcome Madam. Now I will request our principal sir, Professor Ajay Jaiswal, to facilitate ma'am with the token of appreciation.
हम आगे आए तो ज़्यादा अच्छी फोटो नहीं आएगी?
आगे आ जाइए मैम।
आ जाओ सर।
हाँ जी, अच्छा सर, ठीक है। Now I would like to welcome our session co-chair also, Professor H.N. Tiwari, Professor in Department of Commerce at Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi. Sir is currently working as Academic Council, University of Delhi, and is an alumnus of Delhi University Commerce Department. Sir has also authored numerous research articles in national and international journals and published several books on computer application and financial accounting. Now I will request our principal sir to facilitate Professor H.N. Tiwari.
Session chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we will start our paper presentations. First, I would like to call our first paper presenter on the stage, Dr. Chayanika Senpati, Assistant Professor K.K. Handki State Open University, Guwahati.
A very good afternoon to everyone.
भारत को आगे बढ़ाना है, हमें लोग तो मदद
Chairperson
करेंगे।
ma'am, Chairperson. So my name is Chayanika Senapati.
My name is Chayanika Senapati, and I am here to present my research paper, which is still I am working on education as a tool for reform, a study on the perception and participation of jail inmates in Assam. So our university was established in the year 2006, and since then we believe in inclusivity, and we offer courses for the jail inmates also. And these are the courses which are offered them for free. And since then, 2007, 2008, we are offering our courses to them. So it is very important for us to see what are their perceptions and what they think about our courses, or not only with our courses, but also the courses offered by IGNOU and also NIOS, because in some of the inmates are they are under 18. They in fact not completed their class 10, class 8. So NIOS also offered some courses. But this research we are doing for the last 6 months. So we could not find any inmates who are from who are enrolled from NIOS or IGNOU. Only our courses are offered to them in Assam jails. So so this is very important for us to know what are the perception of them. So because the jails are overcrowded, digital exclusion is there, inconsistent academic support, and administrative barriers are there. We found some of these are the aspects that hampers their study. So as you can see in the screen, the objective of my study is to explore courses, program experiences, understand their learning experiences, and identify the challenges and their barriers. Methodology, I have actually gone for the qualitative methodology with a structured questionnaire, but then we have gone through in-depth interview to know their statements and their perceptions. So I have taken 45 jail inmates feedbacks, because in 4 districts, 4 jails, one is from central jail, but other 2 are from the district jails. And only 45 members are there, so I've taken all of them, their feedbacks. So it's a purposive sampling. Primary data we have collected, and secondary data we have collected through different sources. So international and some of the literature reviews we have also done. International, nationals. Most of the national studies discusses about the prison education outcomes at the policy level, graduation rates, course completion, recidivism, but rarely engage with the voices of the learner themselves. So we wanted to know that perspective. So I'll go to the findings actually. So this has been carried out with my colleague. So we organize an analysis in a thematic cluster emerging from the inmates' narratives. So first one is the program delivery and academic support they get or not. So many of the inmates appreciated the relevance of the course content, but consistently raised concern about the irregular classes. We provide them with the classes, but the study centers could not provide with the course, like some of the courses, even they cannot get some courses like MBA, MCA, because of some constraint that the authority could not offer them with some of the courses, but they wanted to do that. So these are some of the course-related academic support they wanted. And one inmate actually summarized that classes should be provided regularly and proper guidance must be given throughout the program. Then learning experiences, when asked, the institutional routines often clash with their study time. Actually, some security checks are there, administrative restrictions were there, and lack of study spaces are also there. Some of the district jails were having the library facilities very well, but some are not. Then when asked about the motivational and institutional support, while motivation among the inmates are very high, one of the learner wanted to learn because he wanted to be an example for his son. So this kind of narratives we found, so it is really very interesting for us also. And still we are about to, because there are 33 jails are there in Assam, so we are more exploring on that, because only 4 to 5 jails we have visited till now. Then infrastructure and digital divide is also there, a recurring theme which we are discussing. No libraries, there are no libraries, then outdated resources. We supply SLMs to them, but then additional resources are not available to them. And internet is also one of the aspects they wanted, but they cannot be provided, because one of the inmate said that it is an fundamental right, but which is not, but then he said that we should get internet with the vigilance, but then it cannot be provided in the central jail, he said. He's a topper also. From his batch, he's a topper. In the year 2002, he received, from the sociology course, he received the award from her. So, last 2 minutes, yes. So, to conclude, inmates in Assam prisons are very motivated. They are very hopeful and eager to learn. Their aspiration is not the problem. The system has still has a major role to play. Our institution has a major role to play. And what limits them is the absence of resources, additional resources apart from SLMs, poor infrastructure in some of the districts, jail districts, and lack of academic support from the counselors. The coordinators could not provide them with the counseling support. So if we bridge the gap through the digital inclusion, consistent mentorship, and policy commitment, the education can truly become a bridge between incarceration and reintegration. So that's how I conclude my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good question.
नहीं कोई ज़रूरत नहीं।
Any question answers?
Not clear. 3 क्यों लिए 3 या 4? जब से रिसर्च कर लिया तो should be clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You have taken sample of 3 jails.
4.
4 jails. 4
1
jails.
central jail and 3 district jail.
Right. And you said that there are 45 inmates over there.
Yeah, total.
Okay.
From 4
So
jails.
that means your population, your sample both are same.
Same.
Okay. So do you believe that those 4 jails are true representative of the entire state?
Not, sir, because we are still working in this paper. So we are about to finish nearly 29 jail in the upcoming months. So.
Perhaps I didn't put my words correctly, or you didn't get it.
Okay.
When we do research, we take sample, we actually try to guess the general population sense out of the sample.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have taken the sample of the 4 jails, then do you really believe that what your findings are, they actually truly reflect the
Yes.
average nature of all jails?
Yes, sir. I believe this, because almost in all the districts, the condition is almost the same. So 5 districts we have gone through.
But do you really believe that all parts of Assam are having the same kind of social, cultural, and every aspect?
Yes, sir. Almost it's the same. Because we are divided into Lower Assam, Upper Assam, and Middle Assam. Almost all the social, cultural, socio-economic this background is almost the same only, sir.
Okay. And what was your tool? Direct questioning?
A direct questionnaire we have asked through a schedule, and interview we made with the
Interview
help of
based.
the interview based.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
She's confused. There is a lot of difference between questionnaire and schedule. So, नहीं हमें कुछ नहीं कहना।
All presenters will be given 7 to 8 minutes for the presentation, so kindly try to be within the timelines. Now I would like to call upon our second presenter, Ms. Shweta, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Education, University of Delhi.
Presentation नहीं थी 20 में से क्या फंबल भी कर रही थी बहुत assertion नहीं था 10 में जा
आधी कर दिया मैंने। हाँ ठीक।
6 8 10
Total 8 minutes are given to you. After 6-7 minutes, Dr. Ruhi will announce last 1 minute and try to wind up so that everyone can get an equal chance. Right, over. So you are Shweta?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished guest, respected chair, and my fellow colleague and dear participants. This is Shweta, and today I am presenting a research paper in a philosophical findings or literature which are there on the title of Social Media, Reservation Policies and Mental Health and Interdisciplinary Study. And this work has been done and completed under the supervision of Professor Rajni Ranjan Singh sir. And while moving forward, this study tried to understand how digital platform, reservation policies and mental health are deeply connected in today's society. So this is the agenda of my presentation. In the introductory part, आज के समय में हम सोशल मीडिया हमारे जीवन का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा बन चुका है, जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं. ये सिर्फ कम्युनिकेशन का माध्यम नहीं बल्कि ओपिनियन मेकिंग स्पेस भी है. So therefore, after looking at the different aspects which I incorporated in this study, reservation policy पर जो बहस पहले क्लासरूम या पॉलिसी लेवल तक सीमित थी, आज वह सोशल मीडिया पर ओपनली एंड अग्रेसिवली प्रेजेंट हो रही है, which we all aware about it. And this creates pressure, stress and emotional burden, especially for reservation beneficiaries. So there are certain key concepts and structure which I have followed, just like social media, reservation policies and mental health. This study connects these three concepts to understand how online discussion affect real human lives. And literature review which I have done it, इस अध्ययन का जो theoretical base है वो जो strongly support करता है, which are present in a scholarly work, just like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, which stated in the many documents that reservation को social media का साधन बताया गया है, whereas in the John Rawls works fairness और equality की बात की जाती है. And after that Amartya Sen, जिसमें ये बात कहा जाता है कि real opportunities matter, not just outcome. And after that Frantz Fanon work, इसमें हम देखते हैं कि कैसे ऑपरेशन धीरे धीरे व्यक्ति के मन में बैठ जाता है. So all the thinkers help us to understand inequality in a deeper way. So what research gap I have found, लेकिन लिटरेचर रिव्यू ये भी सामने लाने की कोशिश करता है कि सोशल मीडिया का जो रोल है रिजर्वेशन डिबेट में वो प्रॉपर्ली एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया गया है. दिस इज द मेजर गैप व्हिच आई हैव फाउंड इट. एंड मेंटल हेल्थ इम्पैक्ट को सीरियस एकेडमिक इशू की तरह नहीं देखा गया है. एंड सो देयर इज अ क्लियर गैप बिटवीन डिजिटल डिस्कोर्स एंड साइकोलॉजिकल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस. इन द प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड सिग्निफिकेंस, यहाँ पे मुख्य समस्या यह है कि रिजर्वेशन बेनिफिशरीज को ऑनलाइन स्पेसेस में बार बार कोटा कैंडिडेट कहकर उनकी क्षमता पर सवाल उठाए जाते हैं और एल्गोरिथम नेगेटिविटी को और ज़्यादा एम्पलीफाई कर देते हैं. और दिस स्टडी फर्दर emphasized on importance and highlighted that major points just like social relevance, mental health concern and policy implications. Next, what are the research questions and objectives which I tried to find out with this study. Social media reservation policy पर पब्लिक ओपिनियन को कैसे शेप करता है और इसका मेंटल हेल्थ पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है. और दिस ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस इम्पैक्ट एंड सजेस्ट मीनिंगफुल सॉल्यूशन. रिसर्च फ्रेमवर्क, इन दिस आई हैव फॉलोड क्रिटिकल इंटरप्रिटेटिव पैराडाइम एंड जहाँ पे सोशल रियलिटी बनाई जाती है, नॉलेज हमेशा कॉन्टेक्स्ट से जुड़ी रहती है और मैनी थिंकर्स विच आई studied, incorporated and holistically try to understand. And research methodology, this is qualitative and theoretical based and descriptive and analytical, where data is very much secondary data which is present in the public domain. So what are the ethical aspect in this design? I would say study follows sensitivity, respect and no harm principle basically. And in the analysis and findings, इसमें मेजरली जो देखने का प्रयास किया गया है कि सोशल मीडिया इको चैम्बर्स बनता जा रहा है और रिजर्वेशन डिबेट जो है पोलराइज होती जा रही है. सो देयरफॉर रिजर्वेशन बेनिफिट्स में क्या क्या हमें देखने को मिलता है मेंटल हेल्थ के कॉन्सेप्ट में, एंग्जाइटी, सेल्फ डाउट, डिप्रेशन, इम्पोस्टर सिंड्रोम, ये सभी हमें देखने को मिलता है. बहुत ही आप कह सकते हो कि सीवियर स्टेट लेवल पे, स्टेज पे, जिसमें विजिबिलिटी बिकम साइकोलॉजिकल वर्नेबिलिटी. In the discussion, finding as such as Franz Fanon and Amartya Sen के विचारों में बहुत ज़्यादा सिमिलैरिटी है. थैंक यू. ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट निकल के आया है, दैट इज डिजिटल कास्टिज्म, जहाँ पे कास्ट बेस्ड प्रेजुडिस ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे नए रूप में दिखाई देती है. दिस हैज सीरियस इम्प्लीकेशन फॉर पॉलिसी एंड मेंटल हेल्थ सिस्टम. एंड नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू कंक्लूड विद दिस रिमार्क, जस्ट रिजर्वेशन सिर्फ पॉलिसी इशू नहीं है, ये मेंटल हेल्थ और एथिकल इशू भी है, स्पेशली इन द डिजिटल एज. अगर हमें इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी बनानी है, व्हाट डू वी रिक्वायर? डिजिटल स्पेस टू बी ह्यूमन एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल for all. And last not the least, which references I have followed, there are. Thank you so much everyone. I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Shweta. You have done wonderful. The best part of the presentation is her less words in per slide. So we people are able to read everything. Otherwise, you people mash up with lot of stuff. So reading is very difficult. Just highlight few points. You have done it beautifully. That's the best part. The second question I would like to ask, what is your findings which you have mentioned? Data you have not said anything related to. How much you have surveyed and how much people said yes, no. You have, yes, hold on to the next one. Next to it, digital casteism. Suppose I'll take the example. How many people you have asked, how many people said yes? So you can say we have a population of how much? What is the population?
Ma'am, first of all, this study is more of philosophical and studied only literature, what data out present.
So literature,
there.
How many articles you have studied, and out of 1 lakh articles, this much of articles are saying this particular word. Suppose don't take it.
Yes, I understand, ma'am.
Then
your concern.
Authenticity. What is the authenticity of your findings?
Ma'am, for this, I would like to support this question with my work, which I have done it on social media, where I have done it in a trend analysis.
So in trend analysis,
where all the higher education learner, what they have done it and how their psychology, just like I have.
How many reels you have studied? What is the data size? What is the time span? What is the year?
It was 50 to 60 literature on the Google Scholar, many other
so only
search engines have
50
been
to 60
studied in
is
this.
50.
It is not mentioned there, therefore I set the stage for that, that for a detailed study, I want you to please go through it and have a discussion on it. I would also like to improve my work as well. This
Definitely.
is just a small starting. Further, I want to improve my arguments and my assertion, deliberation on this. This is just a starting and piece of work that what thought came in my mind. How we can look at social media as a whole and
But
how
mention that authenticity. That's
sure,
important.
ma'am. Definitely, I'll
Okay.
incorporate it and work on it. Thank you so much.
Shweta,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much for the presentation. How many research papers, the pointed questions please, how many research papers other than the great philosophers you have listed, you have actually gone through?
Yes, sir. मेन लिटरेचर का मैंने सिर्फ इसमें कोट किया है, बाकी इसके अलावा जो मेजर रिसर्चेस इसमें हो रही हैं सोशल मीडिया रिजर्वेशन पॉलिसी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में और जो मेंटल हेल्थ के कॉन्सेप्ट.
How many research papers you have gone
There
through?
were n number of, but which I incorporated only 50 to 60 research articles.
Okay.
जी sir.
Okay. Please be brief because we have to cut short the time also. है ना? Second question is,
Yes, sir.
you used a word quota candidate.
Yes, sir.
You also used a word where some chamber word was associated with something else, right? My simple question is, or the digital casteism, whatever, is it your finding or your opinion?
Sir, this is my opinion. After thorough study
opinion,
of
there is a
all the
difference.
literature and
Just
yes,
ho-
this
just-
is just a finding. Sorry.
Just hold on. Just hold on. There is a difference between an opinion piece and a research paper.
Yeah.
है ना? So if it is your opinion, better you declare that in my opinion it is this. है ना? Okay, no problem.
After going through literature.
You have used a word called secondary data.
Yes, sir.
That means you have also gone through secondary data analysis. है ना?
Yes, sir.
So what is your data source?
Sir, I don't want to specific for a one thing. There are many sources which I referred for this study. Yes.
See, You have used a word called descriptive
Yes.
and analytics.
Yes, sir.
So in statistics, we understand descriptive and
Yes, sir.
analytics with some difference. And when you are also associating that with the secondary data, then there must be some data you must have extracted from some secondary source. So what is the data? What was the size of the data? And what was the source from where those data was extracted? That is
Actually,
question number
I'm
one.
working on it. I definitely incorporate this aspect, not majorly to highlight
Then you
this,
cannot claim
Yes.
that you have used analytics and descriptive statistics if you have not incorporated it in the research paper. है ना?
Not in a that way where I would highlight a major finding of a specific article or a work, but yes, as a collectively I have studied.
कोई इशू नहीं है, आधा मिनट में, कोई इशू नहीं है. जरूरी नहीं है कि किसी पेपर में सेकेंडरी डेटा एनालिसिस यूज ही हो, जरूरी नहीं कि स्टैटिस्टिक्स यूज ही हो. जो लिटरेचर है उसके रिव्यू के बेस पे आप एक ओपिनियन भी बना सकते हैं, वो भी आपका एक रिसर्च है, कोई इसमें इशू नहीं है. बट बिकॉज इन योर प्रेजेंटेशन यू हैड पॉइंटेड आउट दीज थिंग्स, so it was my duty to investigate into it.
It's my pleasure to definitely incorporate these
हाँ,
points. sir.
अच्छा एक बात बताओ
Yes, sir.
श्वेता, in opinion pieces there is always a element of researcher's bias. How have you handled the researcher bias?
Sir, therefore I simultaneously help my peers, those who are working in other area and also
Helped?
having inclusive education, took help.
Okay, took help.
Yes.
Okay.
उनके द्वारा इन चीज़ों को रिव्यू किया गया कि द लिटरेचर आई एम स्टडिंग एंड टेकिंग आउट नोट ऑफ इट एंड द सेशन एंड डेलिब्रेशन आई एम मेकिंग इट मेक सेंस और नॉट विच
ठीक है बस. चलिए, thank you श्वेता.
थैंक यू सो मच सर.
क्या देना? There's no novelty. अच्छा सॉरी, काटना तो नहीं है. रिसर्च ऑब्जेक्टिव कुछ नहीं है.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon our next presenter, Mrs. Swati Verma, Research Scholar, HRIT University.
Swati Verma.
Swati Verma. अच्छा, number 4.
कर्मण्य एवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफल हेतुर्भूर्मा ते संगोस्त्व कर्मणि. I want to start my paper presentation with this verse, 47 verse from Bhagavad Gita of chapter 2. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected chairperson. My name is Swati Verma, and I am here to present a philosophical study on the evaluation of Indian education. How NEP 22 structural changes can be supported by ancient wisdom. So my first slide provides an overview of the major shift in India's education system under the National Education Policy NEP 2020, which moves away from the rote memorization toward a more holistic, skill-based approach for its 250 million students. The primary change is the replacement of the old structure with a new 5+3+3+4 model. And this slide definitely refers and represents the education system and the governance and authorities that the education system is managed by both the central and state governments. The Ministry of Education defines the primary goals for the sector, and the AICT is responsible for technical education, whereas the University Grant Commission oversees higher education, as we all find it well. India is becoming a global hub, with foreign universities opening, local campuses and IITs expanding overseas. The strict science versus arts divide is fading. 4-year degrees now offer flexible entry and exit points. Over 60% of enrollments are now digital, and AI-driven personalized learning has become a standard in colleges. But indeed, we have some challenges also. The Indian education system 2026 is undergoing a massive structural and digital transformation, though it still faces significant ground-level hurdles. Reports like ASER 2024 highlight that many primary school children still struggle with basic reading and math. The traditional all or nothing approach to college is being replaced by a system of multiple entry and exit points designed to reduce dropout rates and improve employability. As we all know that 1 year students earn a certificate, 2 years student earn a diploma, and 3 years student earn a standard bachelor's degree, 4 years student earn a bachelor's with research. And of course the digital wallet for college credits. In this slide, I have represented with some data that is all is reflected in the NEP 2020 as 100% gross enrollment GE are required for the school education positively by 2030, 50% GE are required for higher education by 2035, and foundational literacy and numeracy rate by 2026 and 2027 by schemes and different policies that is initiated by the Indian government, as well as public investment in education that is approx 6% of GDP targeted. But there are major initiatives that have been taken by the Indian government also, that Parak, Nipun Bharat, PM Shri schools, NCM, that is of course new textbooks and teaching methods have been rolled out for all strategy in passing all languages and learning new letters and new technologies and screen strategies for the different stratas. Here, there's some challenges. Here we will find some challenges in 2026 are the digital divide, federal diversity amongst in the society, and teacher upskilling, that teachers are not getting integrated with all the curriculum and the teaching and training programs as they are not able to describe the patterns that is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. So, despite official policy changes, the shadow education of coaching classes continues to dominate the lives of Indian education system and the students also. There is a singular intense focus on the full outcome that is prescribedly described in Bhagavad Gita, making the end result the only thing that seems to matter. In hubs like Kota, students face brutal 14-hour work days where their entire self-worth is tied to mock test scores. Students become so fixated on the comfort that they want to do and they won't desire only the full outcome by their studies, trainings and skills, that their worry actually causes their performance to decline, creating a trap that the current system does not teach them how to escape. The study purposes that the Karma Yoga philosophy from the Bhagavad Gita offers a vital solution to the modern Indian classroom's obsessions with results by shifting the focus from the full as end result to the performance of one's duty without attachment to outcome. Students can escape the toxic results trap. This approach redefines success as swadharma on performing to one's own unique potential and merit, rather than simply winning at all cost. So I have mentioned the dilemma of modern meritocracy here, the merit myth, privilege versus potential, the filler effect that is affected in the society and amongst in the students also. Cognitive narrowing think that they are lacking behind the role values, universal values mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, anxiety and performance in the students, aptitude-based support equity should be there, and intrinsic and extrinsic motivation should be there amongst in the students as well by the parents also, and psychological impact. In this slide, I have mentioned some Karma Yoga as the foundation for equity, as the karma process outcome effect and the meritocratic reducing result anxiety, as a student should focus on the duty, on the study, training and the skills. However, they should not get a proper outcome or the result. Comparative analysis, as it is mentioned in NEP 2020 and Bhagavad Gita. So if we have some skills and values as universal values mentioned in NEP 22 for the holistic or 360-degree approach that is already can be obtained in the future by the moral values and universal values, philosophical values mentioned in Bhagavad Gita as well. So here, The system synthesis purposes that integrating Karma Yoga into education redefines merit by prioritizing process of over results and Nishkarma Karma acting without obsession over outcomes. Students develop a growth mindset that reduces result anxiety. And of course, if the teachers, coaching cultures, and if we accept the teachers as a mentor between the mentee, then teachers can also only be the responsible person to guide their students. The NEP 2020 has visualized a transition from the conventional method of lecturing to a mentor-mentee approach, which is drawn from the Krishna Arjun model, where the teacher becomes a mentor and not merely source of information. Through the Karma Yogi life example, teachers act as a role by engaging in self-learning and development, which reflects their commitment to their profession. So here I want to conclude my study with some methodology, as my methodology of the study is philosophical in nature, and the sources and information collection is based on these two particular methods. And the methodology of this research, the primary sources information is obtained directly from the Gita itself, as well as discussion with the professor of Sampurnanand University as well. And here I want to conclude my study with this shlok and verse from chapter 3, verse 7. Yastven dhriyani mansa niryar bhatayar arjuna karmendriya karma yogam asaktasa vishishyate. Thank you. Yes, I want to welcome questions from the chairperson.
First from the audience.
Who will be the beneficiary out of your study?
Maybe.
Yes, please.
Sir, please.
So you mean in quota type of education system, we are not giving proper attention to emotional intelligence?
The students who are emotionally captured over the outcomes or the results, they are particularly not focusing on the studies and the training and the skills. They are just focusing on the outcomes, that there is rat race between all the students and the teachers also, that they want the students as the highest post and the higher level or the higher designation. That's why I found, in my opinion, that the quota students are now, these days, are facing these or experiencing these.
And that's what Bhagavad Gita tells us.
Yes,
because Lord Krishna increased Arjun's emotional intelligence while telling Bhagavad Gita.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Swati, for your presentation. See, I will keep myself to the researcher side only, okay? And the problem with the philosophical researchers is that they are mostly affected by researchers' own thinking, which we particularly call researcher biased. So please excuse me for that as well. I would have loved to see the verses contradicting with the NEP provisions. That I have actually tried to find out on each slide. That because your topic says Bhagavad Gita's Karma Yoga as a philosophical foundation for meritocracy and equity.
Yes, sir.
So when somebody reads your title, it actually links the Bhagavad Gita with meritocracy.
Yes, sir.
And when I see your research, it goes through Bhagavad Gita and NEP. So first of all, your title does not match with what you have actually concluded in your research.
Okay, sir.
Now, my opinion, it could be my bias, it could be, but this is how I look at this point one. Second, throughout the initial slides, only NEP was there. But overall picture of NEP was there. As a researcher, it would have been much better had you pointed out specific provisions in the NEP which actually contradicts with the Bhagavad Gita's Karma Yoga.
Okay,
Then it could have set an alarm for the policy makers to rethink if they are taking that as a basis.
Okay.
This is my opinion.
Okay, definitely.
Opinion is countering an opinion. But anyways, going on the research side, your literature review is only Bhagavad Gita and discussion with Professor of Sampurnanand?
And no, different literature review collected from the different sources, that the data information, that different sites we have right nowadays, on the social sites also. तो बहुत सारे sources
Research papers-
the exact portion from the Bhagavad Gita also, Mahabharata also. So there are different sources, sir.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है स्वाति जी, perhaps
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't put it properly, कि जो आपके सोर्सेस हैं वो राइटिंग है, सोशल राइटिंग है या रिसर्च पेपर्स हैं, प्रॉपर पब्लिकेशंस हैं?
It's publication and writings, both of them.
अच्छा, क्योंकि राइटिंग्स पे मैं बहुत ज्यादा नहीं जाता, क्योंकि वो तो फिर
The separate opinions and perspectives.
हाँ, yes. अच्छा, सेकंड, you said about mentor mentee thing na, karma, Bhagavad, Krishna and Arjuna.
Krishnankam, yes,
हाँ.
yes.
In Bhagavad Gita, when after hours of teaching, when it was complete, Sri Krishna says one more thing, yathechasi tatha kuru. I told you what to do, now you do what you want to do.
It allows.
So that means Bhagavad Gita allows changes with time to time. Change at that moment also, change now also. Is it practically possible to implement the mentor-mentee program in such scenario where such large number of students are there and the resource crunch is there? Have you thought in that?
In my perception, if we use the moral and universal or for the philosophical values of Bhagavad Gita, we definitely can reduce the mental burden of the teacher or the mentor or the mentee as well. हम दोनों की burden जो mental pressure होता है to create some environment for the particular environment for the education, to provide them a particular content, that will reduce somehow, that will manage.
स्वाति नहीं, मैं वो उस पे नहीं जा रहा, sorry. मेरा बात वो नहीं है, मेरी बात ये है कि अभी we follow a classroom teaching structure. In a mentor-mentee thing, there is a teacher and there is a mentor and there are a few mentees, है ना?
Yes.
So can we afford that in such scenario which India is right now, given the resource crunch and other things? Have you thought on that? That was my question.
I guess we can.
वो ठीक है कि researchers are there which says कि Bhagavad Gita teachings moral and morality, that policy is a different thing. On implementation side, is it possible? The question है.
Definitely, sir. In the future, there are lots of studies are going on. हम इस पर थोड़ा सा काम, that curriculum जो है.
आपने नहीं किया ना अभी?
नहीं, हमने नहीं किया.
चल ठीक है. अब last मेरा question है. You have, although I'm again saying, I was expecting it to be connected with meritocracy.
Definitely.
है ना? But you connected it with NEP. So good. We are also in implementation of NEP structure. My question next is, what are your recommendations in NEP provisions that should be introduced to make it more comprehensive, elaborative, effective, and as per Karma Yoga?
In the some sense of Gita as well, I guess.
Of course.
So I guess there are certain verses that can be affiliated with the holistic
That is not my question.
That is the NEP.
That is, I'm sorry I'm intervening so much. That is not my question. My question is, what provisions of NEP need revision?
I guess in terms of 360 degree approach, जब वो एक तरीके से बात करती है कि सारी चीजों को हमें एक साथ लेकर चलना है, सारी चीजों को डेवलप करना है बच्चे में, so somehow ये थोड़ा सा impossible term हो जाता है कि एक साथ सारे holistic approach को हम नहीं define कर सकते हैं. कुछ चीजें परसेप्ट में छूटेंगी ही पीछे.
आप सर का बिल्कुल डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन है, आपको 3 पॉइंटर कोई बताने हैं किसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट चाहिए. सारों 360 की बात ही नहीं कर रहे हैं.
In I guess in personality development, behavior, curriculum as well, थोड़ा सा उसमें थोड़ा सा changes.
Personality development, NEP के कौन से provision में personality development affect होता है? अच्छा, before writing this paper, have you gone through NEP structure?
Yes, are you asking for the chapter that is mentioned in NEP for the personality development?
Actually, when you are linking Bhagavad Gita with NEP or meritocracy or anything, then what do you do? What has been taught and what is the characteristic here? So that you try to link them, whether the characteristic is linking with what has been taught or not. This is general approach, right?
Okay.
So are you able to connect this with that?
Okay, definitely.
If you are putting NEP here and 50% of the presentation is on NEP as a session chair or co-chair, we expect that you must have gone through all provisions of NEP before writing this.
Definitely, sir, I will do it.
So that is,
okay.
So you will do.
I will. I have read about the chapters and the whatever the chapters.
ठीक है, take it as suggestion then,
Definitely,
so that your
I will
paper
take
is,
it.
and then change the title also accordingly.
Definitely,
ठीक है?
sir, I will do
चलिए,
it.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for reminding us the verses of our Bhagavad Gita and making us believe in the process again. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, Mr. Ayush, Research Scholar from Central University of Gujarat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chair, honorable panelist and distinguished participant. मेरा नाम आयुष शर्मा है. मैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात सेंटर फॉर डायस्पोरा स्टडीज़ का स्टूडेंट हूँ. मेरा टॉपिक जो विषय है वो है अनइक्वल कनेक्शन, रूरल अर्बन डिवाइड, शेपिंग डिजिटल लर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़. इसको लेकर हम बात करने वाले हैं. डिजिटल लर्निंग को एक अवसर के रूप में हम देखना चाहते हैं और उसकी इक्वलिटी को समझेंगे और मुख्य रूप से इसका पेश करना चाहता हूं मैं जो जगह या कोई स्थान के परवाह किए बिना उसे सीखने और पहुंच को सक्षम बनाता है, वो अर्बन से रूरल एरियाज में. फिर भी ग्रामीण और दूर दराज इलाकों में रहने वाले छात्रों के लिए डिजिटल शिक्षा असमान पहुंच और कमजोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रोजमर्रा की सामाजिक वास्तविकता से प्रभावित करती है, जो सार्थक भागीदारी को सीमित करता है. इस प्रेजेंटेशन के माध्यम से हम देखने का प्रयास करूंगा कि डिजिटल लर्निंग की अपार संभावनाओं के बावजूद भी हम देखेंगे कि ग्रामीण और शहरी विभाजन जो आज भी एजुकेशन इक्वलिटी के मार्ग में गंभीर चुनौती या चैलेंजेस के तौर पे हम देखते हैं. अब जो मेरी सेकंड स्लाइड है परिचय का. डिजिटल लर्निंग का तात्पर्य इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी आईसीटी के माध्यम से शिक्षा का प्रसार है, जिसमें फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, एक्सेसिबिलिटी और एक्सक्लूसिविटी जैसे मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को मजबूती प्रदान करने का प्रयास है, जिसके माध्यम से मजबूत कर सकते हैं. और वर्चुअल और ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से एनी टाइम एनीवेयर इनको हम प्रयोग कर सकते हैं, उनकी पहुंच को हम साकार कर सकते हैं.
ऑब्जेक्टिव पे आ जाइए. क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव है, आप क्या करना चाह रहे हैं?
मेरा जो अध्ययन का उद्देश्य है वो है अर्बन रूरल डिवाइड.
कर लीजिए ना उसको स्लाइड.
ओके सॉरी.
ऑब्जेक्टिव की राइट.
हाँ, रूरल अर्बन डिजिटल डिवाइड का विश्लेषण करना हमारा उद्देश्य है. डिजिटल लिटरेसी को एक डिटर्मिनेंट फैक्टर के रूप में समझना, साथ ही सोशियो इकोनॉमिक और कल्चरल फैक्टर की भूमिका का भी अध्ययन करना हमारा विषय है. इसके साथ साथ कि विभिन्न देशों में पॉलिसी रिस्पॉन्सेस का तुलनात्मक मूल्यांकन भी हम इसमें करेंगे. जो लिटरेचर रिव्यू का पार्ट है हमारा, उसके अंदर में मुख्य 5 आयाम है. पहला आयाम है डिजिटल लर्निंग का कॉन्सिक्वेंशलाइजेशन, जहां इसके अंदर में टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं बल्कि पेडागोजिकल और इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैपेसिटी को जोड़कर हम देखेंगे. साथ ही सेकेंड है कि अर्बन रूरल डिजिटल डिवाइड, जिसके माध्यम से स्ट्रक्चरल और हिस्टोलॉजिकल इक्वलिटी के रूप में देखा जाएगा. तीसरा डिजिटल लिटरेसी की बात करेंगे. चौथा सोशियो कल्चरल डायमेंशन और फिफ्थ है कंपैरेटिव पॉलिसी प्रोस्पेक्टिव. फोर्थ, अब हमारी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मेथोडोलॉजी का है, उसके अंदर में हम ये 3 केस स्टडी के रूप में मैं देख रहा हूं. इंडिया के अंदर बड़े पैमाने पर डिजिटल इनइक्वलिटी है, अर्थात रूरल अर्बन गैप गहरा है, भले वो धीरे धीरे डिजिटल इंडिया या जो ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स है उनके बीच भरा जा रहा है. केन्या के अंदर हम देखेंगे तो डिजिटल बेस्ड लर्निंग एक मुख्य रूप से उभर के आ रहा है. यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के अंदर में हाई इनकम के बाद भी रूरल ब्रॉडबैंड चैलेंजेस हमें दिखने को मिलता है. साथ ही साथ डेटा का विश्लेषण 3 आयामों में मैंने किया है, जो एनालिटिकल फ्रेमवर्क है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और एक्सेस, सेकंड डिजिटल लिटरेसी एंड पेडागोजी, तीसरा पॉलिसी एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल सपोर्ट। फोर्थ जो डिस्कशन है इक्वलिटी और पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, उसके भीतर हम देखेंगे कि अध्ययन से स्पष्ट करने का प्रयास करेंगे डिजिटल लर्निंग केवल हार्डवेयर या कनेक्टिविटी तक सीमित नहीं है। इसके साथ में ग्रामीण स्टूडेंट के अंदर टीचर ट्रेनिंग, करिकुलम एक्सेप्टेंस और कम्युनिटी मेंटरशिप आवश्यक है, जो डिजिटल बेस्ड लर्निंग को बढ़ावा देता है, ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग मॉडल को अधिक प्रभावी सिद्ध करता है। पॉलिसी इम्प्लीकेशन में हम देखें तो ये अफोर्डेबल ब्रॉडबैंड को सब्सिडाइज करना और टीचर को डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग को और बेहतर बनाने का प्रयास करने का आवश्यकता है। हमारी फाइंडिंग्स है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और एक्सेस में असमानता, डिजिटल ओनरशिप और कॉस्ट बैरियर्स, साथ ही डिजिटल लिटरेसी की कमी, पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में क्षेत्रीय अंतर। निष्कर्ष पे हम पहुंचते हैं, जिसमें हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक अप्रोच और भविष्य की दिशा को भी देखने का प्रयास करेंगे। रूरल अर्बन डिवाइड आज भी इनइक्वल और लर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटी के मार्ग में एक प्रमुख चैलेंज के रूप में देखते हैं, जिसमें कनेक्टिविटी, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और लोकलाइज कंटेंट डिजाइन, इन तीनों रूप को हम ध्यान में रखते हुए इस जो भविष्य का रिसर्च है उसको हम लॉन्गिट्यूडनल स्टडीज पर केंद्रित करते हुए डिजिटल लर्निंग को आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभावों से समझा जा सकता है। और अंत में हम एक बात कहना चाह रहे हैं कि डिजिटल लर्निंग एम्पावरमेंट के साथ आ सकती है जब इंक्लूसिव और पार्टिसिपेटरी एंड कॉन्टेक्ट सेंसिटिव हो।
ठीक है, वेरी गुड,
थैंक यू।
आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, लेकिन आप इससे पीछे वाले स्लाइड पे आ जाइए। जहाँ आपकी फाइंडिंग है,
ये आ गया ना।
अब ये फाइंडिंग कहाँ से आई है? ये आपके थॉट प्रोसेस है या डेटा बेस्ड है ये?
मैम मेरे कुछ थॉट प्रोसेस मेरा भी है, और जो हमने 3 स्टडी किया उसका भी
प्लेसमेंट स्टडी किया।
3 कंट्रीज का हमने पढ़ा।
क्या पढ़ा?
भारत, केन्या और
क्या, कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट?
और रिसर्च पेपर्स पढ़े हमने।
कौन सा रिसर्च पेपर? रिसर्च पेपर तो सब पूरे भारत में लिख रहे हैं।
हाँ जी।
इतनी पॉपुलेशन है, 50,000 लोग लिख रहे हैं रोज, तो आपने 50,000 में से किसको पढ़ा, या पूरे 50,000 पढ़े?
नहीं, ऐसा इतना मैं स्टूडेंट नहीं हूँ, एक नॉर्मल
तो
स्टूडेंट।
फिर वो आपकी फाइंडिंग का बेसिक क्या है? आपने ये कैसे बनाई है ये फाइंडिंग्स?
इन फाइंडिंग की जो ये है कि जो इसके मैं पहुंचा वो ये देखने का प्रयास मैंने किया कि जो चैलेंजेस है उनको
कहाँ से आए, कहाँ चैलेंजेस ऑलरेडी डॉक्यूमेंटेड है?
हाँ।
तो फिर आपका क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है रिसर्च में, इस पेपर में?
हम कंट्रीब्यूशन ये है कि जो हम बोल रहे हैं कि डिजिटल एजुकेशन या हम
ये तो ऑलरेडी डॉक्यूमेंटेड है।
उसमें रूरल एंड अर्बन डिवाइड के बीच में जो गैप है उसको हम बोल रहे हैं फिलफिल करना डिजिटल के माध्यम से, डिजिटलाइजेशन के माध्यम से हम रूरल अर्बन गैप को खत्म कर रहे हैं।
राइट, इट इज ऑलरेडी डॉक्यूमेंटेड।
हाँ, तो उसमें जो चैलेंज है उसको हम देखने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
तो क्या देखा आपने चैलेंज? वो सबको बताइए, इतने लोग बैठे हैं, ताकि पता चले उन्हें कि क्या नया चैलेंज आपने देखा। जो ऑलरेडी डॉक्यूमेंटेड है उनकी बात तो सबको पता है। Research means I have done this, I have worked on this area, I have studied this paper, and using this methodology I have come to this conclusion. So what is your methodology to come to this conclusion? These findings are based on what? आपने लिखा है लास्ट
डिजिटल लिटरेसी,
आपने ये लास्ट वाला लिखा है पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड इम्पैक्ट। सो क्या है पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, क्या हुआ, कितनी लोगों पे इम्प्लीमेंट हुई, उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट आया, कौन सा डेटा है? 10 लोगों को आपने चैलेंज किए, पूछा इन 10 लोगों से, इन्होंने क्या बोला?
नहीं, यहाँ तो नहीं
फिर
पूछा।
कहीं और पूछा?
हाँ।
कहाँ लिखा है वो
अभी तो हम नहीं है, इस समय तो नहीं है।
तो आपको यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट करना है ना, आपका वर्क है, तो ये इसे कैसे ऑथेंटिकेट करेंगे? रिसर्चर का मतलब ये है कि आपने ये स्टडी करके आए हैं, इतने रिसोर्सेज से पढ़ा है और इतने रिसोर्सेज में से 5 लोगों ने ऐसा कहा और 95 ने ऐसा कहा। तो ऐसा कुछ तो मैं नहीं देख पा रही हूँ। रिसर्च का मतलब तो यही होता है, हमने तो यही पढ़ा है। आपने क्या पढ़ा है, थोड़ा और एक्सप्लेन करिए सो दैट जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं वो समझ पाएँ।
मैम, जो पॉलिसी इम्प्लीकेशन में जो इम्पैक्ट आ रहा, जो अंतर उसमें दिख रहा है
क्या
क्षेत्रीय
कैसे
तौर पे?
दिख रहा है, क्या पैरामीटर्स हैं, क्या आपके इंडिपेंडेंट पैरामीटर हैं, क्या डिपेंडेंट पैरामीटर हैं, बताइए, लिस्ट बताइए, 2 को बताइए, 4 बताइए।
सॉरी मैम, मेरा फर्स्ट है पेपर।
नेक्स्ट टाइम आप इस तरह से काम करें।
बिल्कुल,
ठीक है, थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, आप कुछ पूछना चाहेंगे?
Thank you, Ayush, for the presentation. Now I would request Dr. Geeta Raut, Principal, Gayatri College of Education, for the next presentation.
Geeta Raut.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Dr. Geeta Raut from Savitribai Phule Pune University, Maharashtra. And my presenting a topic, challenges and solutions in delivering the skills. For introduction, I would like to say that the distance education has become a major transferring the knowledge and the around the world. Nearly 40% of the universities are providing the online courses or providing this digital and blended learning education system. For the need, I will like to say hard and soft skills are very important, which we have to transfer among the students. Like even though the direct important, okay, it's okay. Even though the digital classroom, robotics and machine learning and all, the style of management pays too much attention on the developing soft skills, or they need attention on the soft skills, so the students must be equipped with the skills. So hard and soft skills plays very important role. NEP states that the chemistry, science, maths, vocational, professional courses and communication should focus on developing the skills like communication and all. Communication or behavioral skills or professional skills. Objective of the study here: understand the importance of hands-on skill, identify the challenges and state the solutions in delivering the skills among the students. The study is supported by behavioral theory, hands-on theory and social learning theory. Our research methodology here: survey method was adopted. Survey questionnaire was prepared and given to the students of Gayatri B.Ed College. 46 students were taken as a sample and the questionnaires conducted on them. So 16 items were there, carrying 2 marks, each carrying 2 marks. Research design, single group research design was there. Data collection data was collected with the help of survey questionnaire and sample 46 students of the Gayatri B.Ed College were taken. So the questions were based on the multi-skills, cognitive understanding, behavioral values, professional skills, teamwork, debate and all like these skills. So challenges in delivering the skills are here. The ODDBL has rapidly expanded in India through the Digital India mission, but still there are some challenges, like declining the attendance in the physical session. Now not only means the regular colleges or the regular professional courses which needs the physical attendance, but still the now tendency of the students is not to attend the college, so the physical attendance and not attending, decline the attendance in the physical session is a major challenge. So the lack of practical exposure because of the physical absentee, the practical exposure is not there. So it is very difficult to cultivate the different skills. And third is discussion of the student, disruption of the student-teacher relationship. Maintaining the student-teacher relationship is also very difficult. 4, erosion of the cultural, moral and ethical values, respect to the educator disciplines. And the 5th one is a quality issue. So the quality is, as said by sir in the morning, that quality of the student, quality of education, quality of building, capability building is also an important factor. So here the data was analyzed and mean scores were taken for analyzing the data. Here the graphical presentation has given, which states that it shows that high score indicates that the professional skills and the professional and the teaching professional skills, soft skills, attendance is necessary. The next is low score is indicating, question number 7 to 10, low score is indicates a moral, cultural value and discipline. Physical presence is necessary. High score in 11, 12 and 15, question number 15 is showing high score, and that is the, that shows that ODDBL means distance education. It provides it is very flexible, saving the travel time and saving the cost, so its score very high. It is then low score by 13, 14 and 16 question, which is based on the teamwork, project, discussion and debate. So here the observations and findings just now, and collaborative and teamwork also are important. Face-to-face interaction is necessary. So here solutions, I can say that hybrid internship and the apprentice model can be applied for training and the skill development. Flexible but the accountable attendance model we can apply to them, which is suitable to the students wherever they are, should be allowed to take the training or the like according to their time they can attend the colleges, or colleges can develop the skills. Next is community and peer learning. Integration of technology with the field practices should be given. Weekend holidays can be used. Then team projects can be given in the holidays, long holidays, and can be used for the debates and discussion. And lastly, I can say that it should be made very compulsory to the colleges who are running the courses, that they should take the responsibility of building the means capability building and developing the skills like hard skill and the soft skills. So for the recommendation, I will like to say that AI's potential in the workplace is very clear, and higher education system must take responsibility or make our student ready to face the challenges in future. So as stated or suggested by NEP. For conclusion, I would like to say the future professionals will not be or should not be only knowledgeable, but they should be equipped with hard and soft skills and with the ethical behavioral values, discipline and preserving the cultural heritage. References here, and thank you very much. Hands-on skills.
Did you came up with any hands-on skills which our nowadays students are interested in learning? Was there any question of this sort in your questionnaire?
Yes, hands-on skills like all training or the soft skills or skills.
Students interested in learning these days?
No, students, since now I told this is a challenge in physical absenting in the classrooms, even the regular colleges or all the colleges. So delivering the hands-on skills is very difficult among the students.
So, thank you very much, ma'am. The one of the papers where we could find out some recommendation, we agree or don't agree, but some recommendation, some comparison and all. So, thanks for it. But I still have some questions, as always.
Sir. Yes.
First of all, I have some sort of, question, inquiry or objection, whatever you take it. On the number of observations, see, there can't be a one-size-fits-all policy. So once you have taken 46 students belonging to just one particular course, B.Ed college.
No, sir. It is just a survey I have conducted that why students are absent and how the skills are not developed. It is not a B.Ed means.
नहीं, B.Ed college में जो आपके 46 students हैं, do they belong to same course or different course?
No, B.Ed college. My subject is only the teachers training college and sample is also the B.Ed college 46 students.
Right. So this is one particular kind of students or batch who are responding.
Yeah.
Secondly, for any statistical parameter to be valid, generally per item 10 to 15, minimum 8 to 10 responses are expected. Then you conduct some sort of analysis. So if I go on 46 to 16, it hardly comes to less than 3 responses per item. Also, in your presentation you have not mentioned whether you had some sort of questions of yes-no types also, or all of them were on Likert scale. If the Likert scale...
No. It is a teacher-made questionnaire, sir, and given to the student to answer, just from the student's opinion.
But what response they are giving, was it a yes-no type question?
Yes, no type question, sir.
So if it is yes-no type question, then how can you calculate average?
Sir,
suppose 46 students you asked one simple question and 32 said yes and rest said no. Then what is the average?
No, sir. Questions were grouped in different skills like professional skills, teaching, technical skills like teaching skills like that. Then the values, 3-4 questions like it was divided according to the skills and grouped, and then the analysis.
But those questions were yes, no, na? All questions were yes, no, na?
Yes.
So that is on yes, no is a categorical variable.
So can you develop the skill while you are absent in the college? No.
No, see, there are two things, ma'am. When you are conducting a statistical analysis or making certain sort of calculation, then the categorical variable cannot be used for statistical inference. Because it is only one thing can be done, and that is you can calculate mode. You can just count how many yes and how many no's. You cannot calculate average. For average to be calculated, there has to be a Likert scale.
Yeah.
Right.
Taken out mean skill and Likert skills will be
right.
used. Yeah.
Secondly, you said theoretical skill and hands-on skill. So when you are commenting on, let me complete my question. When you are talking about theoretical skill and comment on theoretical skill, have you taken some items on theoretical skill also in your questionnaire?
No. All.
Then how can you comment?
No, all soft skills and hard skills like behavior, value, respect to the teacher, and soft skills. And professional skills. I have just grouped the questions according to the skills, values, and all. And it is just a survey, sir, I have taken of the PhD students.
I appreciate. These are all suggestions wherein you can enrich it.
Okay.
First of all, if you want to make a general comment on ODDL, then you actually need to have widespread representation. Your sample is lacking that.
Yes.
Because the sample is type of sample.
Yes.
Belongs to one particular type of, students. Their problems will be quietly different from the students of history, political science, or some other courses. So to make a journal statement, you need to widen it. Also,
Yes.
it belongs to one particular college.
Yes.
So that particular college can have a different structure, can have a different practice.
Yeah.
Even in running college also, even in the physical mode also, such kind of absenteeism can be seen.
Yeah.
But when you represent, by taking sample of different courses on the
Yeah,
part,
like medical engineering or a different pharmacy, like
You
that
can
courses, I would have collected the sample
and Ruhi's
stated.
question was very particular.
Yeah.
When we're talking about hands-on, which kind of hands-on you try to take a question on, that also need to be answered over here. So that the people can make mind that whatever you are representing is belonging to these groups also. So
Yeah.
thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sushmita Singh from Research Scholar from Faculty of Education, Banaras Hindu University.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, Co-Chair and fellow participants. Today, I, Sushmita Singh from Faculty of Education, BHU, is here to represent a review paper on navigating social anxiety in virtual classrooms, strategies to enhance student engagement and belongingness. Let's now head to the introduction. This study examines how the rapid expansions of virtual classrooms in higher education has reshaped student interaction while simultaneously intensifying challenges related to social anxiety, participation, and emotional well-being. The paper emphasizes the need for empathetic and inclusive pedagogical strategies to support students in online learning environments. Now heading to the background. The integration of digital technologies into higher education has accelerated rapidly, making virtual classrooms a central mode of instruction, while online learning platforms enable continuity and inclusivity. They also alter traditional interactions patterns. The absence of physical presence combined with constant digital visibility has created emotionally demanding learning spaces. These changes have made social anxiety a critical issue that directly affects how students participate, interact, and perceive their academic identity in virtual classrooms. Now, conceptualizing social anxiety, that is how we consider social anxiety in educational terms. Social anxiety in educational settings involves fear of negative evaluation and discomfort during academic interaction. In virtual classrooms, this anxiety appears as hesitation to speak, avoidance of camera, and limited peer interaction, often shaped by institutional expectations and teaching practices.
Sushmita, we all know all these terminology, right?
Let's head to the my concluding and objectives. Yeah,
That
okay.
makes sense so that you can connect with the people.
Okay.
Reading तो सबके पास है ही.
Okay.
थोड़ा सा उस चीज
Yes, ma'am.
emphasize करना है कि हम interact कर सकें सबके साथ.
Okay. Basically, ma'am, it's basically a review paper. So it's more like I have gone through the research papers, articles, and from that I have just compacted it all together, and then I have made this paper. So it's something that everyone knows already, but somehow in this current era, people find it difficult to know that strategies that helps the students to control that social anxiety in virtual classrooms. So I'll just head to the strategies that have been gone through. Okay, now let's just head to the strategies strategies to reduce social anxiety. Social anxiety can be reduced through structured ice-breaking activities, flexible participation options, and collaborative learning tools. Instructional empathy and strong teaching presence help students feel safe and supported in virtual classrooms. Now, psychological and institutional support, that is what very much needed for students to be actively participate in the virtual classroom. Beyond pedagogy, psychological interventions such as cognitive behavioral strategies help students' anxiety-related thoughts and behaviors. Peer mentoring and support groups also helps to foster the student needs. Institutional access to online counseling services signals are care inclusively. Conclusion. Okay. Now let's not just. Thank you. I would like to just interact directly rather than just going through the PPT. Basically, right now, if coming to the social anxiety is something that we have already heard a lot of time. And social anxiety, we know about it as well. Like the definition, I don't need to define it. And the virtual classroom, that is students do face some social anxiety during that virtual classroom. Being a teacher, before coming to this research field, I am a research scholar. Before this, I was doing a teaching in a school. And that was at the very time of that Zoom and Google Classroom, that is COVID-19 period. At that time, I saw that there were so many students that they were just coming back. Okay, I'll just conclude in that. They were coming back, they were not coming in front. They were having so many fear and they were less interactive, which made their academic merits were just decreasing. Many of the teachers were there. We do know that there is a problem, but still many of these teachers, be it that Gen Z or that 90s, any of the age group teachers, we don't know that how to tackle the situation. And so for that, there was a need for this review of paper, because we do know the problem, we do know the cause, but we don't know the techniques exactly. So for that, I have concluded this review paper.
So what are your techniques?
Okay. That actually I had to skip because of that. I actually had to skip. Okay.
पढ़ना नहीं है, आप ऐसे बताओ, सबको पता
No,
चले कि क्या
it's like the one that I used to, actually it's a review paper, but I have also inculcated so many activities.
Method you have used to analyze your research articles. Ma'am is asking that question. You have done bibliometric analysis, systematic analysis.
No, it's a narrative review paper. It's basically a narrative review paper. There's no such.
Narrative review paper?
Yes, sir. It's not like a systematic. I was preferring a systematic, but yeah, I had so many less amount of time, so that I had to just compile it in a narrative review paper.
ठीक है.
Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, Ms. Sneha Rotri, research scholar from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Ms. Sneha is there? Yeah. Thank you.
इसके कौन से बटन से आगे होगा? इस वाले से. Okay. So good afternoon everyone. My name is Neha and I am a research scholar of English language education. So today I will be talking about the digital divide with a specific focus on mobile learning and accessibility in open distance, digital and blended learning. So my presentation today examines how mobile technologies expand educational access while also highlighting the persistent barriers that prevent genuinely inclusive learning systems. So to give a background and context, over the last decade, mobile technologies have grown rapidly across the globe. According to ITU, there are nearly 6.9 billion mobile subscriptions worldwide, and at the same time, we have seen a significant expansion of open distance, digital and blended learning models. For many learners, especially in the global south, mobile phones are the primary or only point of access to education, making mobile learning central to contemporary educational delivery.
So now the question arises that why mobile learning and accessibility? So mobile learning offers flexibility, portability and extended reach, particularly for learners who are geographically or socially marginalized. However, despite this potential, the digital divide persists across regions, socioeconomic groups and abilities. Learners with disabilities often face serious accessibility challenges, while others struggle due to cost, connectivity or limited digital literacy. So this raises an important question that how can mobile learning systems be designed to be inclusive and equitable by default? Now, these are some of the key literature insights. So existing research provides important insights. Studies show that mobile learning can enhance learner participation and retention. Accessibility standards such as WCAG 2.2 guide inclusive digital design, yet implementation remains uneven. Scholars like Van argue that the digital divide is no longer only about access, but also about skills and meaningful use. Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, is increasingly seen as a strong framework for inclusive educational design. Now, these are some of the theoretical framework that I've used in this paper. So first is School's framework for mobile learning, which highlights the interaction between the device, the learner and the social context. Second is activity theory, which explains how learning is shaped by tools, rules and communities. Third is connectivism, which emphasizes learning through digital networks, while UDL provides a foundation for designing learning environments that accommodates diverse learner needs. Then how mobile learning enhances accessibility. So mobile learning supports anytime, anywhere access, which is crucial for working learners and those with mobility constraints. It enables personalized and adaptive learning pathways. Many devices these days come with built-in assistive technology such as screen readers, captions and voice input. Additionally, mobile platforms allow multimodal content delivery, supporting visual, auditory and interactive learning preferences. So these are the empirical evidences. These evidences show that improved engagement, autonomy and retention, particularly in mobile-based learning environments. Research indicates that in many low-income regions, learners rely almost entirely on mobile-only internet access. Micro-learning and gamification delivered through mobile platforms have produced positive learning outcomes, including for learners with disabilities. So these are some of the selected case studies which illustrate these dynamics. First is ENISA Education in Sub-Saharan Africa, which uses mobile phones to reach underserved learners. In India, the Diksha platform has expanded access to digital educational resources nationwide. UK higher education initiatives demonstrate progress in accessibility, though some gaps remain. So these cases show improvement in access, but they also reveal the ongoing structural inequalities. Then these are the key barriers to accessibility. So despite these advances, significant barriers persist, which include device affordability, high data cost, limited connectivity, and poor compatibility with assistive technology. Digital literacy gaps and weak policy implementation further restrict access, and without systematic intervention, mobile learning risks reinforcing rather than reducing the existing inequalities. So to conclude, mobile learning has strong potential to bridge educational inequalities, but only if accessibility is integrated by design and not as an afterthought, which requires a strong institutional commitment, inclusive policies, and adherence to accessibility standards. So ultimately, inclusive mobile learning is not just a technical issue, it is a moral, social, and educational imperative. So these are the references that I've used in this paper. Thank you.
Neha?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the difference between newspaper article and a research paper?
न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल
न्यूज़पेपर में हम रोज कोई एक आर्टिकल आता है सेंटर पेज पर या एडिटोरियल आता है. So what is the difference between a research paper and anything published in the newspaper? जो जर्नल में हम पब्लिश करते हैं और एक न्यूज़पेपर में हम रोज न्यूज़ पढ़ते हैं, उसमें एक सेंट्रल पेज पे कोई आर्टिकल आता है. So what is the difference between the two?
So in research paper it's verified, like we use some sources or we give some data, and in the articles it's not in that much depth, उतना detail में नहीं होता, it's just in short I mean, they don't explore that much, and in research paper, it is much more in depth.
Okay, one thing.
Or, and in newspaper article, they often don't cite. In research paper, you have to cite, even if a sentence you take.
बिल्कुल ठीक है. Good. अब आपने जो काम किया है, आपने लिटरेचर में क्या कंट्रीब्यूट किया? ये जो चीज़ें आपने हैं फाइंडिंग दी हैं, ये फाइंडिंग तो ऑलरेडी सबको पता है क्योंकि ये ऑलरेडी रिसर्च पब्लिश हो चुकी है. So what is your contribution to the research society that your paper is unique, important, innovative? We have to give some number on innovation or unique idea. So do you have something unique over here?
Not as of now.
Okay. So और क्या कर सकते थे तो ये unique बनता?
Include the data as in students से collect करके.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, this is not my PhD topic, so
कोई बात नहीं.
just as an interest, I presented first time.
Just for the benefit of everyone, I'm just sharing. Thank you so much. Next, please.
Now I would like to call upon the last presenter of the day, Mr. Rajdeep Mishra, research scholar from IGNOU.
नोवेल्टी तो कुछ है ही नहीं, उसने कहा मैं तो बस कम टाइम था तो इसलिए मैंने पढ़ के बस लिख दिया. लास्ट है ये बच्चा? लास्ट है?
Last time I'm
ठीक है. ओके, प्लीज कम.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. So, my name is Rajdeep Mishra. I am the PhD scholar in distance education in IGNOU. So, my topic is enhancing engagement and well-being and sense of belonging in open and distance education. So, the study objective is I have to examine the engagement factor and analyze the well-being and investigate the sense of belonging and explore the effective strategies and propose the comprehensive framework. So my research methodology, it is a survey method. So it is constituted. Rajdeep Mishra.
Thank you, Rajdeep. Please continue.
So I have taken about 250 to 350 distance learner using student engagement questionnaire and well-being scale, and conduct 20 to 30 interviews with students and instructor. So it is a mixed method based on I have used the statistical analysis, apply of correlation analysis, and for qualitative we have thematic analysis. So factors driving the student engagement are instructor presence, interactive design, peer interaction, and digital literacy and timely feedback. So these are the list I have found out from well-being and learning experience. There's flexible schedules for reduced stress, support service matter, technologies issues, and self-regulation skill critical. And this is the result found from the second objective, the power of belonging. Higher active participation, greater confidence and motivation, lower dropout rates, and better academic achievements. And this is so the last part is the conclusion, sir. If the engagement is proper or proper feedback is given, so the dropout rate from the ODL would be decreased, and the student will also feel less stress and will enjoy the course, to complete the course. Thank you, ma'am.
पीपीटी आपने बनाई है? किसका काम है? 2-3 लोग हैं ना उसमें?
No, एक ही है मैम.
अच्छा, आप ही हैं? आप ही हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
आप ही ने किया है?
Yes, ma'am.
पीपीटी आपने बनाई है?
Yes, ma'am.
गामा में बनी है?
Yes, ma'am.
गामा इस पे लिखा हुआ नहीं आ रहा?
ना वो मैम रिमूव कर दी.
अच्छा, ओके, राइट. ओह, ये तो हमारा काम है. इसी में तो हमारी एक्सपर्टीज है. अब देख के पीपीटी पता चल जाता है कि वो कौन से सॉफ्टवेयर में बना करके लाए हैं. राइट. तो आपकी फाइंडिंग्स जो हैं वो किसके काम आएंगी?
मैम मैंने मैं अभी रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ, मैं PhD डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन पे। पहले मैं MSc एनवायरमेंटल साइंस कोर्स किया इग्नू से। तो जैसे इग्नू पे पहले जब एनवायरमेंटल साइंस शुरू हुआ था तो वो शिलोंग पे रीजनल सेंटर था, और मैं रहता हूँ आसाम पे। मेरे मतलब जाने आने में भी टाइम लगता है, प्लस मतलब उन लोग के लैंग्वेज समझने भी वो लगता है। तो अभी जैसे नया कोर्स शुरू हुआ है MSc एनवायरमेंटल साइंस रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, जो साइंस पेपर है, उन लोग को ये हेल्प आ सकता है कि कोई फ्रेमवर्क बने कि जैसे लोकल एरिया में कोई उनको सपोर्ट करे व कोई गाइड करे व पढ़ाई में कोई टाइमली फीडबैक मिले, तो उन लोग को साइंस में ड्रॉप आउट होने से अच्छा ये फल मिल सकता है।
तो स्टडी सेंटर्स तो हमारे हर एक के होते हैं।
नहीं मैम, स्टडी सेंटर जैसे कि है हम लोग को जो प्रैक्टिकल करना पड़ता है साइंस पेपर पे, वो जाके रीजनल सेंटर पे करना पड़ता है। तो इसीलिए सबको मतलब इतना कंफर्टेबल नहीं होता कि रीजनल सेंटर जाए, डिस्टेंस का दूरी है, लैंग्वेज बैरियर आ सकता है, वो सब के लिए।
तो उसका क्या रीजन है, क्यों नहीं होते? एक नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट स्ट्रेंथ होता है तभी वो रीजनल सेंटर बनाया जाता है, ताकि वो टीचर जो है उसकी सैलरी बन सके, ये रूल है। तो इतने स्टूडेंट्स का एनरोलमेंट है वहाँ पर?
हाँ मैम, अभी जैसे मैंने जैसे कोर्स किया था तब एनरोलमेंट कम था। नहीं, मेरे साथ 200 से 300 स्टूडेंट थे, वो डिफरेंट एरिया से थे।
अच्छा, एक जगह। फिर वो सेंटर बनाने का रूल तो यही है। ठीक, थैंक यू सो मच, ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you everyone for your presentations. Before coming to an end to this insightful session, I would like to give two key points which ma'am and sir has just given us, that in our PPT we should keep them aligned using research topic, objectives and analysis, keeping them together while making paper presentations, and come up with more empirical analysis based presentations. Ma'am and sir, you would like to say something?
नहीं, हमने तो हर स्लाइड पे हर एक बच्चे के साथ बोल दिया है। I think sufficient हो गया डोज हमारा।
Okay, thank you. As a vote of thanks, now I would like to call upon.
एक मिनट लेता हूँ सर।
Yes sir.
I'm so sorry. देखिए क्या होता है जब हम when we are sitting on this side and we are sitting on that side, there's a lot of difference. So when we sit on this side, we always estimate or expect something to come from the researchers. When we are there, then we make certain mistakes which are common to you and to us. So there's no difference, but yes, one common observation was, and nowadays the problem is, what we write as a title and what we do in our paper, they hardly match. And if that happens, then there is no need. That means the researcher is not clear what the person is going to do.
Serious.
Second, whatever we are researching, whatever we are doing, of course, it will add to our personal profile. But why are we doing? Who will be the beneficiary? The last question the ma'am asked. Who will be the beneficiary? That we miss, which is the policy recommendation. And if a research has no policy recommendation, then what is the fun of investing so much of time into that? So whatever our question was, to evaluate on that basis only, not to pull anyone's leg or something.
No, not at all.
That was not at all.
Not at all.
And it was completely based on research. And the most problem is, we nowadays start working reverse. First we make opinion, and then we try to gather data which suits our opinion, and then we present it as a research paper. That researcher bias need to be handled very carefully. Otherwise, there can't be a difference between an opinion piece and a research paper. A research paper can have a different outcome as what I think, and that's what is expected. So, I'm so sorry that if we had asked so many questions, but that was with that objective only. Sorry.
No, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. And now I would like to call upon Murthy, sir, to present certificates to ma'am and sir.
हमें भी सर्टिफिकेट क्या करना है? और हमने क्या करना है? अब हमारा
आप सीधे people like Gangwala ma'am certificate you want to give?
सर अब मैं क्या करूँगी सर्टिफिकेट?
But they don't want to leave.
लगता तो ऐसे ही है। आगे आए कि नहीं, फोटो अच्छी आनी चाहिए।
फोटो अच्छी आएगी, हम यहाँ से भी अच्छी है।
यहाँ से नहीं, आधी आती है।
आपसे फोन में तो 2-3 बार बात किया हूँ।
मैम आगे आ जाइए।
हाँ, हमें तो आगे से चाहिए। आइए सर।
ये किसको देना है सर?
वो ले लेगी। की पर्सन ऑफ द सेशन। हाँ।
पहले हमारी चेयरपर्सन पहले से वो तो नाम है।
फोटो के लिए आगे आए हैं, बाकी तो
ये ठीक आप आइए Sure. Thank you, sir. So SOL wants to give certificate to people. I said, they have a senior colleagues को certificate की क्या करें? Sir, memory रहेगी. Sir, ये photo जरूर चाहिए sir.
Participants, please join us for a group photograph.
Ma'am is take a good snap of the session. बाकी लोग इतना नहीं देते, मैम ने दिया है तो यूज.
कैमरा दे दीजिए ना, ये खींचेंगे अपना कैमरा दे दीजिए इनको.
हमारे कैमरे में देख लीजिए.
Bright.
ऑनलाइन तो बहुत सारे इसमें सब ये उधर वाली 5 में
ऑनलाइन वाले इधर आ गए ना देश को फोन कर दो ना कोई नहीं थोड़ी देर में आ जाएगा लाइव है मैं जाकर सेंड कर
ये आपको आपका ये हॉल फाइल में था ना प्रणव हाँ
लाइव है
प्रणव खाना खाने गया है उसके पहले शुरू करवाना हो तो
तो आप मेरे सेंटर हाँ इसलिए याद नहीं करते टेंशन ना लो 2:20 में फोन कर देना ना आए थे
लेट गया हो पहले जा सकता था
अभी सर 6 में ना
ये वहाँ
शिफ्ट हो गया ना
लेकिन मतलब मैंने तो मैं यहाँ पे इवेंट शुरू करवा
उस वाली आई थी दिक्कत नहीं है सीधा फर्स्ट फ्लोर
सर आपका भी 6 में था ना आपका भी यहाँ ना उधर उधर हो गया था आपका 5th में हो गया था
whoever had the presentation in hall 6 now it is in hall 5 and whoever had the presentation in hall 5 here the presentation will be mostly online. Here in this session and because we could not take it will be better when all the presentations will be online. You also but where here in hall 5 or hall 6?
This is hall 6, no?
This is hall 6, but all the presentations of hall 6 is 6:55.
Okay. So she is having a presentation of it.
No, in the schedule where her presentation is.
Hall 6 presentation are shifted to the hall 5. Oh, hall 5. Yeah. Yeah. ಇದು ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಸರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಸರ್ 506
Here only online presentations.
Okay.
Because of that, yes. गोल्ड मंडी हाँ वो एकदम बाहर वहीं से मिलेगा अंदर तो आने की नहीं देंगे मैं उसके लिए अच्छा अंदर आ गए बाहर भी एक बार बता दीजिए
इसके बाद कौन सी वीडियो वाली आईडी है? अच्छा गूगल वाली ठीक है
ठीक है, नहीं तो आगे बढ़ा देना। हाँ, मैं लगा दे।
हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो
हेलो। एक्चुअली हॉल 5 एंड 6 आपस में इंटरचेंज हुए हैं, तो जिनको हॉल 6 की प्रेजेंटेशंस देखनी थी उनको हॉल 5 में जाना होगा, एंड जो हॉल 5 में आने वाले थे वो हॉल 6 में बैठे हैं। यहाँ सारे के सारे प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो ऑनलाइन होने वाले हैं। प्लीज़ सर। Okay. Good afternoon, respected chair, distinguished co-chair, esteemed presenters, scholars and dear delegates. On behalf of the Department of Distance and Continuing Education, School of Open Learning, University of Delhi, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. This parallel presentation session of the International Conference on Emerging Trends and Challenges on Open, Distance, Digital and Blended Learning. We are delighted to see such an intellectual, vibrant gathering of researchers, academicians, practitioners and scholars from diverse institutions and regions, reflecting the truly global and interdisciplinary nature of this conference. This session is scheduled for 1 hour and I kindly request all the presenters and participants to adhere to the time limit so that we can ensure a smooth and enriching academic exchange. Okay. It is my privilege to introduce the distinguished leadership of today's session. Our co-chair, Dr. Deepak Gupta sir, currently is an assistant professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Maharaja Agrawal Institute of Technology, Delhi. Sir is a well-known academician and researcher in computer science. He has published extensively in reputed international journals, served as an editor for leading publishers like Springer and elsewhere. Sir has a citation score of more than 17,000. Okay. His expertise strongly connected technology with education and research. I now request Deepak sir to felicitate our co-chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now begin the paper presentation session. Okay, so our first presenter is Anjana Murli, student of School of Pedagogical Science, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala.
Good afternoon all. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon everyone. I am Vandana Chandran. I am coming from Kerala, Mahatma Gandhi University. Actually today I am standing here on behalf of my colleague Anjana Murli for presenting her work. Unfortunately she couldn't attend the conference, so I am doing it for her. Okay, the title is Awareness of Digital Literacy Competencies for Entrepreneurship among Young Entrepreneurs. So we know that digital literacy is very crucial for today's tech-driven society, and obviously for entrepreneurs it is very needed to navigate platforms, markets and data. And the question is, are they equipped with the skills needed to run their entrepreneurship? So next. Okay, digital literacy, as in the screen, is the ability to assess, evaluate, integrate, create and communicate information safely and effectively using digital technologies. So in the study, the awareness of digital literacy competencies for entrepreneurship is measured among young entrepreneurs. And the need and significance of the study lies in the point that now there is an assumption that entrepreneurs themselves are inherited with the skills needed to become an entrepreneur. So actually they have to be progressive and innovative and up to date, and for that digital literacy is an essential skill. So the study objectives are to find out the level of awareness of digital literacy competencies and to compare the level of awareness of digital literacy competencies across the group, gender and entrepreneurial field. And so we have one hypothesis. For this study, a descriptive survey research design was adopted, and a purposive sample of 120 young entrepreneurs were selected, stratified by gender and entrepreneurial field, and an awareness test on digital literacy competency for entrepreneurship consisting of 40 items from the given 10 competency areas were chosen for preparing the tool, and each item carried 1 mark and the data were collected using Google form. descriptive statistics as well as inferential statistics for groups comparison were used. And we have the following results, and when looking on the result, we could find that the entrepreneurs exhibited a moderate level of awareness, and across the groups there were no statistically significant difference between the awareness of groups. And so we could say that nowadays ODDBL based platforms can be leveraged for digital entrepreneurship training, and we can add entrepreneurship education in combining with digital literacy element in ODDBL platforms. And the study concludes that digital literacy competencies are essential for entrepreneurial readiness in digital economy, and also the sustainable developmental goals as SDG 4 quality education, SDG 8 decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9 industry innovation and infrastructure provides scope for this topic to leverage more. Okay, thanks.
Any questions?
Okay, one question. You have selected 120 young entrepreneurs. So on which basis have you selected them? Do you have some criteria?
Actually, my friend has selected the sample. She selected purposively because she is an entrepreneur. So she could connect to entrepreneur networks and all, and so purposively she selected 120 samples based on time constraints, and stratified the sample into two groups, gender and entrepreneurial field, based on those two stratas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana. Our next presentation is from Dr. Barnali Rava. Ma'am is assistant professor at Lakhipur College, Guwahati University.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
May I kindly request you to please share the screen from your side, because I have facing some technical issue.
We are making you presenter.
So I have already sent the PPT.
Ma'am, you can present from your own portal. Ma'am, you can start without PPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So myself, Dr. Barnali Rama, and we bothly prepared the presentation. Dr. Rupali Romtepi and myself, Dr. Barnali Rama. We are from Lakhipur College, from Assam. Our topic is challenges and opportunities of virtual classroom in open and distance learning. So as we know that open and distance learning plays a crucial role in expanding access to higher education, particularly for learners who are unable to participate in conventional classroom setting due to geographical, professional or personal constraint. With rapid technological advancement, open and distance learning has evolved from correspondence-based education to digitally enriched learning environment. However, the effectiveness of virtual classroom in open and distance learning is influenced by several factors such as internet connectivity, digital literacy, motivation and institutional support.
it becomes necessary to systematically study both the challenges and opportunities of virtual classroom from the learners. The objectives of our paper is to study the learner access to digital resources in virtual classroom, to analyze learners' perception of opportunities provided by virtual classroom in open and distance learning, to identify challenges faced by learners in virtual learning environment, to examine the level of learner satisfaction with virtual classroom. Research methodology, we have adopted the method descriptive survey method, and sample we have consisted 200 distance learners enrolled in different open and distance learning program, and random sampling technique was adopted. And we have used for the data collection tools structured questionnaire and focused interviews, techniques of data analysis, quantitative data were analyzed, simple percentage analyzed, and qualitative data were used to support and interpret the findings. And data analysis and interpretation of this study, we have analyzed for using the simple percentage, and so many components such as the access to digital devices. Out of 200 learners, we have found that 70% to learners used smartphone, and 22.5% learners used laptops, desktop, and 15% learners used shared devices. And in the component of digital literacy as well as the teacher-student interaction, we have found that 62% interaction was improved, and 23% rated interaction as average, 15% were dissatisfied, and virtual classroom generally enhanced interaction through improvement is required. In the component of learning satisfaction, we have found that 66% were satisfied, 22% were partially satisfied, 12% were dissatisfied. On the other hand, the component learner motivation, we have found that 55% felt motivated, 45% reported low motivations, and at the conclusion, we can say that virtual classroom have become an integral component of open and distance learning. While they provide opportunities for inclusive and flexible education, their effectiveness depends on technical infrastructure, learner readiness, and institutional support. Addressing the identified challenges will enhance the quality and sustainability of virtual classroom.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Our next candidate is Dr. Papaiya Upadhyay. Ma'am is Assistant Professor in School of Education, Netaji Subhas Open University, Kolkata.
Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed Chairperson, my co-presenter, I'm delighted on behalf of our institutions. My co-author is with me here in this platform, and we are delighted to present our work. I guess I have been given the access, yes. Thank you. My screen is visible, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, the title of our presentation is Enhancing Higher Order Thinking Through Blended Learning Insights from a Critical Literature Review. From the title itself, it is clear that the methodology of our study follows a critical literature review, which falls under the qualitative type of study. Since the time is 5 minutes, I'll quickly shuffle through the main crux of our study. So these three are the significant keywords on which our study harps: the higher order thinking, and which is being cultivated through the blended learning, and also we have tried through critical literature review to establish the significance of studying blended learning for HOT enhancement. This is basically the conceptual framework of the study, which is purely qualitative in nature, which has actually, our full paper delves deep into the different blended learning models, also mechanisms of BL support in the educational context, and we have also explored some theoretical foundations of higher order thinking. As we all know, it basically encircles cognitive construction, social constructivism, and metacognition and self-recreative learning, and these three aspects are dealt through the mechanism of BL support and how the literature has supported us in establishing this fact. This is the rationale of the study, which is specifically bridging the skill gap, that is hot skills to knowledge-based societies. Alignment with the learning theories also forms part of our critical literature review. Pedagogical transformation, we have seen a wide array of pedagogical transformation with the timeline of 2000 to 2025, and the purpose of the review was actually to create educators and policymakers guide of how BL can promote HOTs. We have also surfaced some limitations of traditional models, that is teacher-centered pedagogy and conceptual understanding. We moved beyond that through the critical literature review, and also that the digital tools and interactive platforms, how they are acting as catalyst for metacognition. And finally, addressing the research gap through cognitive development and tech integration. These are some of the literature review which we have done, the timeline being 2000 to 2025. There are 5 research objectives based on which we formulated 5 research questions. And the methodology of the study, as I have already mentioned, is purely review-based qualitative approach. We have selected some of the data sources, as you can see in this visual representation, from Scopus, Eric, Spinnerling, and Science Direct journals, and also some inclusion criteria which we have adopted. Since we know in case of doing qualitative review-based study, we need to have some inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. So here you can see the inclusion criteria, peer-reviewed articles only published in English language, secondary and higher secondary education, that is HOTS through BL in secondary and higher education, and also the HOTS outcome. We have some 5 slides which are objective-wise analysis and interpretation, and since the time is too short, I will directly go to the interpretation, the last interpretation, or the summarizing of all 5 objectives. And since we have performed a critical literature review through the inclusion criteria, and also the keeping into view the objective, the 5 objectives, which also navigated to the 5 research questions. This is the last one, and probably the second last slide, where we actually try to have some implication of the study, that is how BL enhances the higher order thinking skills. And this is through some research implications. We find that longitudinal studies, mixed method designs, AI impact studies, and theoretical integration, they are having a boom these days. Also, in case of pedagogical implications, we find some intentional design, cognitive task allocation, reflective activities, and teacher professional development being some of the core areas which needs to be looked upon and worked upon, and eventually some institutional and policy implications where having technology integrated into the pedagogy and also making it work in the contemporary video. And that calls for equitable access, competency-based curricula, and communities of practice. These has to be in place, lest we cannot think of BL approaching towards or nurturing or cultivating, fostering higher order thinking. So this is the goal was to that cultivates higher order skills. And these are basically in revised Bloom's taxonomy, which calls for analyzing, evaluating, and creating, and BL is doing this, in which we are, we have come into this conclusion through our critical literature review. Of course, combines online flexibility with face-to-face interactivity, that is the equitable access and all has to be kept in mind when we talk about education, higher education, secondary education in the Indian soil. fosters metacognition, collaboration, and self-regulation. It requires quality design, that is very important, professional development, and also that has to be, technology has to have the equitable access, requires alignment between pedagogy, technology, and policy, which is very, very crucial. And finally, a paradigm shift towards learner-centered, critical, and creative education, which is beyond the traditional traditional pedagogy of education. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Our next presentation is from Nida Salim. Nida is a research scholar from University of Lucknow. No, you are not audible.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I am Nida Salim, a research scholar from Department of Education, University of Lucknow. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to become part of this international conference. And I will be presenting my paper on the title, Trends and Gaps in Researches on Mobile Learning in Education, a review of reviews. I'll be sharing my screen now. What is this? Sorry, sir, I'm facing a problem in sharing my screen. Can I explain without the help of PPT?
Yes, Nida, you can go on without your PPT. Just turn on your camera.
So shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. My topic is to find out the trends and gaps in researches on mobile learning in education. So for that, I had used the methodology of review of reviews, that is popularly known as umbrella review. And umbrella review is basically an analysis of systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So in this study, I have analyzed meta-analysis and systematic reviews on mobile learning. I had 7 research questions in this study. I wanted to map out that in what countries there are a more number of primary studies in mobile learning. What is the population the authors are targeting in the primary studies? What are the methodologies they are preferring in the primary studies? In what years were the mobile learning studies peak? Are they still peaking up or are they going down? What variables have been studied with mobile learning? And what approaches are being used to measure the effectiveness of mobile learning? And lastly, what are the gaps that can be found in the literature? So for assessing that, I opted review of reviews. As I said before, I analyzed only systematic reviews and meta-analysis. I prepared a search string, and the search string was obviously prepared with the help of ChatGPT firstly, and then I consulted a computer science student in order to give me feedback and improvise that search string. That search string was then inserted into 2 databases, that was Science Direct and Google Scholar. On inserting in Science Direct and Google Scholar, as on the data of 10th September 2025, I found total 18,383 records. I found 783 records from Science Direct and 17,600 records from Google Scholar. After that, some inclusion and exclusion criteria were applied on those results. Also, a PCC framework was used, that was Population, Concept and Context Framework, in order to narrow down and filter out the researchers. Also, the prisma diagram is being used to give out a picture of how many researches I found and then how I filtered out. For inclusion and exclusion, okay, I have to explain this. I excluded the studies that were before 2015. I only chose the studies that were systematic reviews and meta-analysis. No primary studies were included in this review. Studies outside educational settings were not included in this review. Studies published in languages other than English were also not included in this review. Studies that had no DOIs or that were non-peer reviewed were also not included in this review. Any article that was published in book, any newspaper, blogs, any subscription required studies were also not included in this review. So what exactly was included in this review is studies between 2015 to 10th September 2025 are only accepted in this review. Only systematic review and meta-analysis are accepted. Studies in educational setting, by educational setting I mean in higher education, post-graduation, K-12 studies, teacher education, nursing, medical education. Only these studies were included. Also, the studies that were published in only English language was included. The studies that were open access and open archive were included, and the articles that were published only in journals, peer-reviewed journals, were only included.
Nida, sorry to interrupt. Can you move forward and tell us about the results?
Okay, I have to tell the results. So I wanted to know, as per my research question, that what is the country-wise distribution of primary study. So as per the finding, North America and Asia were performing well from 2015 to 2025. USA had 204 studies. In one comprehensive review, it was found that 204 studies were there from USA, 105 studies were from China, 103 studies were from Spain. It was found that there are very less number of studies from India and Africa. Also in Latin America, there were differences in their culture and linguistics. As per the second research question, I wanted to know that what are the authors targeting in terms of population. So I found that most of the authors are targeting higher education. They are studying the effectiveness of mobile learning in higher education more. After that, there are some studies on K-12, some on primary, but very less as compared to higher education. They were very less. There are more number of studies on nursing education, but yes, there is still a gap on teacher education and primary education.
Thank you, Nida. There is a small request to all the presenters that please stick to the timeline because we are short on time. Our next presenter is Mr. Mukul. Mukul is a research scholar from University, Ranchi. Mr. Mukul. Mr. Mukul. Let's move to the next presenter. Next presentation is from Dr. R. Mahendran. Sir is Assistant Professor of English from Tamil Nadu University. Dr. R. Mahendran. Sir, am I audible?
Good afternoon, sir. Dear Chairperson and my co-participants, I am very much grateful to the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to make a presentation of my paper, Spiritual Mode. title of my paper is Perspectives of Learners and Examiners on Online. I am Dr. R. Nagendran, Assistant Professor of English, School of Humanities, Tamil Nadu Open University. From my experience, I have written this paper. I will briefly present my paper for this august audience. COU is the premier state open university in India. Launched a comprehensive online assignment accountability and accessibility. The post delays and the missing assignments in manual submission are kept in the online submission. It also enables examiners to carry out evaluation from their places at their convenience. Earlier, their physical presence was required to evaluate the answer scripts. In this regard, this study has been undertaken mainly to examine the effectiveness of these newly introduced online assignments in TNOU. As part of this case study, a survey was conducted among learners of BA English and Communication, MA English and MA Linguistics program that were offered by the School of Humanities in the university, and the examiners using structured questionnaires administered separately to the learners and the examiner to enhance their perspective on the online assignment system and to strengthen the system. I will come down. TNOU follows a dual mode assessment structure consisting of continuous assessment, that means CA, and summative assessment, SA. As per the university norms, submission of assignment is mandatory for all courses, and learners must achieve minimum pass marks in both CA and term and examination. While this evaluation pattern ensures academic rigor, the traditional process of manual submission and evaluation of assignment had logistical constraints, including delays and unaccountability and administrative burden. In 2022, TNOU shifted from manual submission of home assignments to a fully online mode, marking a major transformation in its assessment practices. This transition raised critical questions regarding usability, transparency, workload, fairness, and the overall effectiveness of the new system. Understanding the experiences and the expectations of both learners and examiners is therefore essential to evaluate the impact of this change. Conducting this survey, I have circulated a questionnaire for both examiners and the students. Based on that response, I have drafted this paper. The main objectives of this study are to analyze the perspectives of learners regarding the online assignment submission system, to examine the perspectives of examiners and evaluating assignments through the online portal, to identify the challenges faced by both learners and examiners in the online assignment submission and evaluation process, to suggest measures for improving the effectiveness and the efficiency of TNOU's online assignment system. Here the research questions. This study has been built on important research questions. One is, how do learners and examiners perceive the ease, transparency, cost effectiveness, and the time efficiency of the online assignment submission and evaluation system at TNOU? What are the overall experiences of learners and examiners in using the online assignment submission and evaluation platform? What benefits and challenges do learners and examiners face in the online submission and evaluation process? I will come down to the findings. On learners' perspective, survey collected responses from 170 learners from the School of Humanities in the university. Understand the experiences and the perceptions regarding assignment submission. Findings are as listed below. Majority of participants were female, 68.4%, while males account for 1.6%. Indicates a higher participation of women learners in sample form. Most participants were enrolled in BA English 58.1%, followed by MA English 28.2% and the MA Linguistics 12%. A small portion, 1.7%, belonged to BA English and Communication. This reflects the prominence of programs within the School of Humanities. Distribution shows that 63.2% were in the first year, 23.9% in the second year, and 12.8% in the third year. This highlights that the majority of learners who participated during the initial stages of the study. A significant of 88.9% of learners submitted their assignments online in February 2020, while 11.1% indicate a high adoption
Thank you.
rate of the online submissions prior experience manual submission, while 59.8% have no.
Our next presentation is from Dr. Kashyap Biswas. Sir is the principal of Lakhipur College, Guwahati University, Assam.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Sir, we are short on time.
I am co-author with Dr. Kashyap Biswas.
Okay.
Can paper, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, already I have sent the PPT. Can you share the PPT, sir?
Ma'am, you can cast your screen on this call only.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our paper is Comparative Study of Traditional and Online Pedagogical Practices in Open Universities, presented by Dr. Kashyap Biswas, Mrs. Nitamani Nath. Introduction. Open University plays a significant role in expanding access to higher education by creating good business learners, including working professionals, real students, women and learners from economically relevant programs. These institutions are on face-to-face content classes, printed study material and personal academic counseling. First part, in information communication technology, ICT have led to the introduction of online pedagogical practices in open and distance learning (ODDBL) systems. Traditional pedagogical practices emphasize research-centered instruction, structure, classroom interaction, and direct academic support. In contrast, online pedagogical practices focus on learner-centered approach, flexibility, digital resource, and virtual interaction. The sudden shift towards online education, especially during recent global developments, has intensified the need to examine the effectiveness of both pedagogical approaches. Objective of the study. The study was conducted with the following objectives: to examine the effectiveness of traditional pedagogical practices in Open University, to analyze the effectiveness of online pedagogical practices in Open Universities, to compare learners satisfied and engagement in traditional to identify challenges faced by learners in both pedagogical practices. Research methodology. Research adopted a prospective and comparative research designed to analyze and compare traditional and online pedagogical practices. Sample. The sample consists of 200 students enrolled in different open universities. Is stratified random sampling technique was used to ensure of learners from various disciplines, age groups, and geographical locations. To use a structured questionnaire was developed and administered to collect data. Teaching effectiveness. Next slide, data analysis and interpretations. Effectiveness of the traditional pedagogical practices. Out of 200 response, 65% reported that traditional pedagogy helped them understand concept clearly due to direct interaction with teachers. 70% felt emotionally supported during face-to-face contact classes and counseling sessions. However, 60% indicated that fixed schedules and limited contact classes made learning difficult for working and remote learners. Effectiveness of online pedagogical practices. The data revealed that 78% of learners appreciated the flexibility of online learning. 70% found multimedia resources as recorded lecture and digital study materials helpful for self-paced learning. However, 55 reported problems related to internet connectivity and 48 explained limited interaction with teachers. Next slide. Learners' engagement and satisfaction. Learners require higher in traditional pedagogy in terms of personal satisfaction regarding accessibility. 68% of learners overall both major findings. Traditional pedagogical practices learning that actually support but lack flexibility. Online pedagogical practices enhance learner autonomy and accessibility but face the technological challenges. Learner satisfaction is higher when both methods are integrated. Digital infrastructure and faculty training are critical for effective online pedagogy. A blended learning approach is most sustainable, suitable for open university. In conclusion, the comparative study highlights that both traditional and online pedagogical practices have distinct strengths and limitations in open university. Traditional methods ensure personal inclusion and learning, while online methods offer flexibility and self-paced learning opportunities. Neither approach alone can fully address the desired needs of open university learners. Therefore, a blended pedagogical approach is supported by educated infrastructure, faculty, training, and learner support services is essential for enhancing the quality and effectiveness of open and distance learning system. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Tushar Kanti, ma'am. She is Assistant Professor in Ramakrishna Mission Brahmananda College of Education, Kolkata.
Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone, especially the esteemed chairpersons present here and all the co-participants. In the very beginning, I like to thank Department of Distance Education, Distance and Continuing Education, School of Open Learning and Campus of Open Learning, University of Delhi for giving me such opportunity. The title of my presentation is Perception and Readiness of Open and Distance Learners for the Use of AI Tools. We all know that artificial intelligence has become an integral part of various sectors, including business, healthcare, and education. Within the educational landscape, AI offers transformative potential to enhance pedagogical effectiveness and streamline administrative activities, thereby contributing directly to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4 for inclusive and equitable quality education. The education sector is increasingly leveraging AI through adapting learning platforms, customized content delivery, and automated assessment systems, and interactive tools to create more engaging and personalized learning experiences. Let me go to the objective section of my study. The the objective of the study are to examine learners' perception of artificial intelligence tools in the context of ODL and to assess the overall readiness of the learners to adopt and use of AI tools for academic purposes, to analyze the differences in learners' perception and readiness towards AI tool across academic level, especially UG and PG learners and various disciplines of study, and to examine variations in learners' perception and readiness towards AI tools across demographic variables such as age, habitat, and gender. A methodology section of my study. The study was conducted using a quantitative cross-sectional survey research. Total 246 learners from ODL Institute in West Bengal participated in the study, and volunteer sampling via digital platform was done. A structured questionnaire via Google form was used to conduct the study. It was a 5-point Likert scale and validated by experts. There are 4 sections in the scale. The first section belongs to demographic profile. The next one is on readiness to use AI tools. Section C on perception and understanding of AI, and the next one is for application of AI tools, and the last one is on ethical and legal awareness regarding use of AI. This is the demographic profile of the respondent. Now let me come to the result section of my study. 98.6% respondents are aware of at least one AI tool. Most recognized tools used by the learners are ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grammarly. 72.8% learner use AI for academic purposes. Major applications are writing and language improvement, concept explanation, and assignment reporting. Readiness to use AI tools. In most of the sections, learners are highly ready for using AI tools. Their digital skills are moderately high, and confidence in independent use of AI is also moderate. Perception and understanding of AI tools. AI awareness, benefit, and AI support for independent learning are high among the learners. And understanding AI limitations and understanding how AI works are moderate, and application and skill level in using AI tools.
Please move forward to the results.
Learners are moderate or highly skilled in using AI tools. Ethical and legal awareness regarding AI use. It was found that most of the learners are highly aware regarding the ethical and legal awareness for use of AI. Now come to the comparison of academic level between undergraduate and postgraduate learners. Postgraduate learners use significantly wider variety of AI tools, indicating greater exposure or academic need, and no significant differences were found in overall